Alrighty, everybody. Let's hit record and get going. So, this morning I'm gonna continue on with the page. What did I even call it? Doodle page of adventuring, monster slaying theme, loosely. So, I'm gonna continue on with this. To start out with, then as usual, we'll be doing speed paint from once we get our daily prompt, and yeah, I'll see how we go from there. Alrighty, there's my pen. Alright, let's get started. What's another thing that sort of comes to mind? Maybe a potion. I feel like this space, it's kind of the opposite of what I want. Maybe I can flip the sword around, because I kind of would want the potion this way, potion bottle the other way. I'm trying to like pack it so everything fits really well. So I'll rotate little pinky sword around like this. Try to give ourselves a bit more space. Does that seem good? Somehow it seems like there's less space this way. What's up with that? It really does. It really feels like there's less space when I put it like this. Maybe it's still wrong. It doesn't help. Okay. Alright, well I'll figure something else to put there, and I'll maybe aim to get the potion up here, perhaps. Okay, let's go with that. Bottle of potion. That was totally the wrong brush. There we go. I didn't even get a chance to look through the new brushes on FireAlpaca yet. I'll get there. I definitely pressed record, didn't I? Yeah, I did. Cool. All good? Alright. Let's get some stabilizing on this brush. And I don't want to make it look super, super, super classic like, you know, this. Heh. I like it being janky like that, actually. Sort of like the person that made the jar is like new at doing glass work or something, and so it came out kind of janky. I like it. Alright, it needs a bit of a wider top so I can fit or it could be modern style potion bottle. You never see this, and I don't know why. I guess because maybe it doesn't fit the fantasy theme. Is like having a glass bottle with a screw top. I mean, they exist, you know, and I feel like that's way more convenient than like the classic fantasy like cork kind of thing. Maybe let's just tidy this up a little bit. Man, I think the tops of screw top bottles are different from this though, because I was thinking cork, but now I'm thinking like we just put a cap, classic like bottle cap kind of thing. Maybe we make the cap like gold or something, so that it still kind of looks a bit magical. A little lemon there, and then like a few of these. Alright, let's see how that looks. Yes, look at this janky potion bottle. Beautiful. Okay, I always love doing glass. I feel like you can muck around with blending modes on your layers. and get some good effects for doing glass. So we'll muck around with that. I'm not really gonna explain it out as I go or anything, but you'll see how it goes. It's a little bit trial and error every time because I like to just muck around and see what happens. So bear with me a sec. I'm just gonna drink some tea. Not sure how I feel about this tea. It's like a kumquat black tea. It smells kind of funny. I think it's the the fruit, the kumquat fruit is a bit. I'm not very familiar with it. It's got a vaguely familiar taste because it is a citrus, but it's different anyway. It's a bit. I don't know how I feel about it yet. Alrighty, let's keep going. I'm kind of feeling like I want to do the. I want to draw the content. So like I'm guessing. I think it's gonna be like a liquid. Maybe it could be like a goo, a bit something a bit more I mean, I can't really show the viscosity, can I? So I think I want to draw the outline of the contents on a different layer so that I can change the color of it. This is my everyone knows probably by now my worst. We can do it. Tracing around the edge, you know, to keep like the gap between the two lines even. If you've ever done this, it's just a nightmare. It's horrible every time. My least favorite thing to do when I'm drawing. Sorry everybody, if you lose your mind. Don't worry, I'm losing mine along with you, trying to get these lines right, so. Oh, that was pretty close. This got a bit too close. This is not too bad, but let's try from here if we can't make it work. Oh yeah. Am I counting that as good enough? Let's zoom out and see. I think maybe, yeah. It's just this one little there, and this has got a tiny little bit of overhang. And we've been having some really chilly, damp weather. I mean, we're coming. Oh, actually, it's the first of. Is it the first today? Yeah. For me, where I am, it's the morning of the 1st of September, which in Australia is technically the first day of spring. Um, so there you go. No wonder we're having plenty of rain. I want these bubbles to be really small, like really small. Oops. So yeah, all the past, pretty much this whole week. It's Friday today. Pretty much this whole week has been quite rainy. I haven't been able to get any washing done because of all the rain, and it's getting a little bit dire. My t-shirt situation is getting a bit dire. I'm running out. We also just kind of haven't bothered going. We just don't want to go to the shops. So we haven't bothered going to the shops for quite a long time either. And so we've just got like nothing in the house. I don't know how we've been making food. We've been like improvising pretty heavy. So we've really got to go to the shop tonight. Maybe while I'm there, I just grab a couple of t-shirts, just just randomly whatever's half decent that I can find. Yep, that's what's going on. No washing, no t-shirts, no shopping, no food. Uh, oh, that's life. I'm gonna have a bit more tea. Yeah, I don't know how. Ugh, I don't know about the flavor of that. I don't think I'll have any more of that. I bear. I don't think it was a flavor I chose. I feel pretty confident about that. So, uh, my partner Candace is going. Oh, blah, I really don't like that. Tastes a bit vommy to me. Blah. No more of that. Sorry. Buh. Uh, it's really lingering. Okay. Um. Yeah, my partner Candace is going away for a bit of a trip with her sister. Uh, next week. So I think I'm not sure. I don't think there's going to be time in the interim to make a trip to the tea store, like out in the city. Really nice place called Lupicia. Lupicia Tea. Really great. They've got so many like walls of tea, and they've got samples out everywhere, so you can just like smell them, see if you think they smell nice and whatever. Um, what did I do? All right, that's meant to be with that. And yeah, there's lots of really good options. Alrighty, so we decided the cap was going to be a gold color. I'll add some whatevers to it after. The contents of the bottle can be on the same layer, I think. Different layer. This is going to get confusing. So cap. This is the time when I use would bother labeling things, because otherwise it's just gonna get real confusing. Main outline and contents outline. Okay, now I know what's what. Usually I only use like 2-3 layers. It's no big deal, but because I'm going to be using some different layers for creating like a glass effect, and probably some dodge layers as well for the shines and whatever, and then there'll be a layer of like white, like hard, shiny, like reflection kind. It's going to be quite a few. So this is the only time I would bother labeling things, because I'm too lazy otherwise. Okay, so this is where we're going to color the contents of the bottle, the jar. We're going to make it, zoom out and look at the scheme overall. Let's make it most potions are either red, blue, or green a lot of the time. I think I can guess why they don't make them yellow, right? Because there's a certain bodily liquid we're all probably familiar with. It's kind of yellow, so I'm kind of tempted to make it yellow now. It's not that much else to choose from. Purple, blue, lime green, or a blue green. We're either going a blue green or a yellow green. I think I'm going to go yellow green because the glass, I was thinking of doing the glass a bit more of a blue kind of hue. So let's go with the yellow green. Very wow, very interesting colored potion. What does a potion do? What are its properties? I'm not sure. If someone wants to suggest what they think this potion, what the effects of this potion is, suggest away. I'm actually kind of thinking of doing a bit of a gradient. Why not? So we want transparent, and we want it to go from like a darker version of this green. So like darker and maybe slightly greener. I think I always get which way I'm supposed to do it wrong. So let's just, yeah, see, every time. Last time I tried, I'm like, okay, this time I'm going to do the opposite of what I would usually do. I was wrong. I can't win. There we go. That looks kind of good with the gradient. Okay, maybe I do a folders inside of this folder to separate things a bit. How will I do this? So we've got the main outlines and the cap, the contents outline and the contents. So well, this is just to keep it neat. Well, as neat as I can anyway. Okay, I'm not sure even what to call it. Okay, so we haven't added the hard shines yet. I think I'll do the glass first. So yeah, we want to turn the contents off completely. I think I want to put the glass underneath the cap layer. Not that it matters too much. And we'll pick a color. Pick a color for the glass. That'll do for now. We'll turn the contents back on, and we'll start mucking around with the blend layer. Let's try like hard light. Oh right, this probably needs to be pass through. Pass through just in case, and then we'll make this whole thing pass through as well. That's so in this particular program, if you want blending modes to show through the folder, you have to change the folder's blending mode to pass through. Whew. Sorry, I have to keep taking deep breaths because I'm not used to talking all that much, and I just I kind of don't I kind of don't even out my talking and my breathing, so I find every now and again I need to just take some deep breaths. Hopefully that's not indicative of some sort of some sort of illness or something. Alright, and I want the contents actually to be semi-transparent as well. I don't know if I also do that to highlight. It's hard to see what it, there we go. Yeah, if you move it over the top of something else you can see, then you can see the effects much more. So I feel like the contents color here on hard light is maybe like too transparent, so we'll try, that's sort of one of the least, how do I say, like most translucent, least transparent. So I think the other blending modes aren't going to work, so we might just lower the opacity of the layer a little bit, because yeah, I really only want it to be like you can just see things through it, and this is only really going to be applicable or effective if it's in a scene with other things, obviously, because when it's sitting on a plain background like this you can't tell anyways, but if you start moving it around, maybe 80. Oopsie daisies. Yeah. Okay. So that's that. Now with this glass that's set to hard light, I'll protect the alpha so we don't go out the lines. I'll actually duplicate the layer just as a backup in case I stuff something up. And if it turns out I don't need it after, hooray. So we'll grab our airbrush. I don't know why the airbrush is so far down. I'm going to sort my brushes out later on. And I'm going to grab a sort of like a darker but a warmer and blue like this. I'm going to just try brushing some of that on one side. Oops, just a little bit. Something, but I'm not sure. So I don't like it on the same layer, so I'll do a layer above. I'll hit it up to multiply. instead. I've got to make a selection in that case. I'm just trying to decide how I want this to look. A bit of shadow underneath here as well, I guess. Let's have a look how that looks. That's something. Let's try. Yeah, see how light doesn't work over the top of that. Overlay, not really. Burn. Burn's a bit better, I think, than multiply. Compare again. I don't know. It's actually really hard to decide. I think I prefer burn. Ew, I'm not sure. I'm gonna leave it on multiply and I'm gonna adjust the hue, everything, make this like more saturated, slightly lighter, and then maybe altering the hue itself a little bit. I'm kind of happy with it like that. And the outlines, so the contents outlines, again lock the alpha so we don't go outside the lines. Make our brush nice and big. I'm gonna turn off the stuff above it. I'm gonna grab the darkest part and we'll just jump down to make it darker and greener, and then we'll just like change these outlines from black to sort of like a dark green. How do I feel about that? Not too bad. I also want to change the color of the glass. So I could have even split up the outline for the bottle and the outline for the cap, because now I'm going to have to sort of try to edge my way along that section, but that's okay. So I'll grab this color, go to a darker version, and I thought I already hit that, but that's okay. And change the color of the glass. See if this looks any good. Now that I'm doing this, I kind of feel like I need to do it for the whole thing, like the cap as well. Maybe I don't. I'll leave it for now and then I'll decide after. It just seems like so stark now compared to everything else. I feel like if I use this sort of a come on now, down you go. This is why if you separate things out a bit more, it can make it much easier to change the outline colors later on, if you're feeling you're going to do that. Okay. So we'll do some hard shines now, and I'd like to use my brush that has some pressure. What is it? Size by pressure. Try to make it as the width of the absolute thickest that I would do, and then I sort of just like come in and improvise some little shiny bits. Just making this up. I need some thinner lines around the back. It's probably good enough, I think. Might knock those down to like 90%. And then what we're going to do over the top of those is like sort of like a light glow, and that's everyone's favorite, Dodge. Grab our airbrush, and the areas where it's sort of like hitting. I don't really like that on 90%, I've decided. Hit 100 or 95. Is it worth it? I kind of like it on 100. Okay, and then we're going to grab, so because the glass is blue, I'm going to use a blue glow on this, on the glass. Alright, I'm going to hit it here, and here maybe, and then like a smaller one around the back. Oh jeez, what was it on? 10? Don't remember what it was on. There we go. That'll do. Stronger section here maybe. It's kind of cool, but it's a bit bigger. Hmm. Yep, too bad. Can always like just drop it down a tiny bit if I feel like it's too strong. And change this to glass glow, because I think I'll do the same on the cap, since the cap is meant to be gold. But that'll be a different colour, and I don't want the two to be on the same layer in case I need to change one or remove one or whatever. What's this one? Shadows. Shadows. Okay. I don't think we need to do anything more to the contents. Now we just really need to work on the cap. And I'm thinking of doing just sort of a hard shading. I'll lock up the layer again so I don't go outside the lines. And we're gonna pick, so I think like the edge and the top I'll leave like that. Oops. Maybe the cap as well. It's okay, I'll come back in and sort of like add a bit of extra shine here, and then maybe some like here, and I'm not exactly sure what makes the most sense for this. Kind of works, I think. Let's zoom out and take a look. I mean, kind of. I don't know if this is like too much. This might be too much. Yeah, I think that's a little like too much. Let's try and I've seen some really good gold effects that people do. It's either going to be this or it's going to be like, let's just take this off. Oh, it's too dark. kind of don't mind that. Yeah. Mm. Let's get some pressure going on here. Yeah, I feel like this is working like more like better than the other one. Let's go towards some white. I feel like that looks kind of has a kind of a golden look to it, I think. And then we'll grab the actually I'll leave it up the top, I suppose. This one will be cap glow. It's not really a glow, it's like a light reflection, or what is that? Light refraction? Light bounce light? Whatever it is, anyways. We grab our airbrush again. This time I want the glow to be an orangey red kind of colour, so I'm already kind of in that area. We'll grab our favorite, set the layer to our favorite dodge, and I'm going to move the whole thing because I don't want the glow to go off the edge of the canvas. Okay. Yeah, there we go. That's doing the trick. A little bit extra up here, like right where the light's hitting the strongest. Yeah, that really makes it look that really makes it look golden. I feel like the glass one's a little bit too strong. Drop that down to like 70. Yeah, that definitely makes it look like it's got a golden cap on it. Glass ones, like, I feel like sticking out too much now. I might just like drop it back a tiny bit. It's a bit better. Maybe I'll blur that one as well. Just soften it out a bit. Alright, that's gonna do, I think. So you can see why I started labeling glass fill. You can see why I started labeling the layers for this one, because I would have started getting lost pretty quick. So this folder is the contents, this folder is like the main bottle, and then this one's the whole thing. So this is the green potion. Oh, let's call it like unknown potion, since we don't know the effect of it at this time. Yeah, I want to make sure that the glow at the top is not off the edge of the canvas like that. So I'm going to sit it down right about there. Okay, I feel like now we've just gone a bit ham with the lighting effects on things, like adding glows and particles and whatever else. I kind of want to add more to other things to sort of make things a bit more coherent, like so they all like kind of fit together. Not entirely necessary, that's for sure, but I kind of want to do it now. Let's just add dodge to everything. Kind of even thinking about the one on this one could go lean a bit more towards purple, and this will have to be passed through. Yup. do love a glow on my sword, even if it's just subtle. Let's knock this down to, oh, should have been on 10. Subtle glow. Can't quite get it looking how I want. I can add some to these gems as well. Doop. It's too subtle, isn't it? Everything can glow. Everything can glow. Da, da, da. Coaster, there you are. Dodge. Let's just add a little bit here. Because these latches are kind of meant to be like a metallic. Okay, definitely much bigger on the hook. Okay, too big. Doesn't work so well here. Maybe the, oops, maybe the green needs to be more of a green. Oh, it's because I haven't got the thing on pass through, isn't it? That's why it's not. That's why it's not working. And that needs to go to dodge. Okay, I think I just did a few too many undos on that one. And I kind of. Yeah, I'm not liking it on this one as much. That's fine. Doesn't have to have it. My pinky sword, let's just like lower. Let's just make them quite a subtle glow on the pinky sword. And that'll do, I guess. This is backpack got its texture. I think it hasn't got its texture turned on. There we go. And there's a bit, there's a bit hanging out on the edge there, like ghost texture. All right, doot doot. So there we go. Potion added, potion acquired. Alright, let's think of the next thing. We could add a little, like a dagger here. Because, you know, you can't just carry a sword. And the sword needs some repair anyway. So we could add a smaller weapon over here. Why is my brush not wanting to do it now? Because it's on. There we go. Yeah, could add like a little dagger here. It could be like wiggly. Total jank dagger. Yeah. It looks like a carrot. Looks like a dagger made out of a carrot. Best idea for a dagger ever. Carrot dagger. What else do we need for adventuring? Unknown potion. I mean, whoever is on this adventure is going to be having a hard time because they've got a very janky sword. They've got a potion that they don't know the effects of. There's curses going on, guardian spirits and stuff. So yeah, the person on this adventure is in some trouble, I would say. What about a cute little like walking stick kind of a thing? Like down, because we've got this skinny space. It's like too wide to be nothing, but too skinny to be most things. So I'm kind of thinking like walking stick with an interesting top on it. You know how some have like a bird head on the top or something. Anyway, let's get the stick part done. Here we go. You know what? I'll start from here. Can't do it. Let's just flip her upside down, shall we? Oh my gosh, that's worse. Oh, it's so much worse. Wow. My hand doesn't know what to do with this, apparently. Okay. Fair enough. Oh, this doesn't help that I've got the smoothing. I forgot I turned the stabilizer off. Like, why do the lines look like so wobbly? I mean, I don't want the walking stick to be completely straight anyway. I don't know what happened here, but it happened. I think I could just like make random assets all day long. That would be like the perfect job for me. Yeah, shout out for myself. If anyone just wants random, random little illustrations of like whatever, um, you know, I'll do it. Like as a job. I need to be. I probably should start, yeah, getting the money from the art somehow. Alright, already got a plan for what the walking stick's gonna be. And it's gonna be pterodactyl kind of head. Pterodactyl, dragon, whatever. There we go. Which means we get to do like a little wood grain. I thought you looked a little bit crooked, my friend. I should have been doing more flipping um, throughout this whole thing because you've got to really got to check things from both directions. Things mostly look okay. Maybe just like ever so slightly skewed. Backpack as well. Backpack. Yes, sure, why not? I care not about the hidden layers. Ba 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 ba. You too, my buddy. Everything else is probably okay. To think for something of this shape. What exactly is this shape? It just looks like a big cup. A big milkshake cup. The person could be carrying a cup of like boba tea. Why not? Like why the heck not? I know I'd be pretty happy to carry that. No, I make this. I suppose the size is probably okay, right? That is the wrong thingy. There we go. Alright. Let's quickly add some colors to this dude. Pterodactyl head. Sort of thinking like a warm yellow color. And then the joinery bits, maybe like a coppery kind of color. The end can just be like a dark. And the midsection is going to be wood. Maybe a little bit too saturated on the wood there. Oops. Yeah, let's go with that. And we'll do some wood grain parts. So select. Oh, it selected the whole damn thing. Okay, that doesn't work. I'm just gonna once select that. I'll expand it by like 1 as well, just to make sure it's including the whole area. And all I'm going to do, quite literally, is change my color. this the 115. Alright, maybe that's a tiny bit too much darker. Yeah. So really all I'm going to do is just... Oh my goodness, this is going to be hard. Squiggle some lines down. Doesn't, you know, just like suggest, imply a wood grain a little bit. That's too much, I think. And then I'll do a lighter color as well in between these ones. That's maybe a little bit too light, but that's okay because I can change the blending mode. Oh my gosh, how well did I nail that? I mean, maybe not perfect, but it was pretty good. This one's a real problem. No, stop going to the other one. Good enough. Alright, that's probably okay. I've got like a vague suggestion of a wood grain going on. Oh. No. Alright, let's leave it normal and just lower the opacity then. 65 it is. This one could go into like multiply maybe? Jeez Louise. Alright, they both just look better on normal. This one just needs to be a bit darker, so I guess we're going to use saturation it, aren't we? Don't know which way. I think I prefer it that way. And I'm really tempted to put, let's just see. We can do whatever we want. So I'm really tempted to put some silly details on this bird. Number one, I feel like cheeks for some reason. Like pink cheeks for some reason. Don't know. I don't know. Don't know why. And like an orange bit on the end of its beak. And then, I mean that's all. I think I'll change the shape of this cheek a little bit. I've got a song stuck in my head so bad. There we go. Really unusual walking cane, walking stick kind of a thing. Pretty simple one. I think I'm happy enough with that. I'm going to call it walkie stick. There we go. Okay. Next, well, we've got this. We've got a tiny space down here. This could be some sort of tiny little artifact. It just looks like a triangle. Or like a L. Like a boot. Would it fit a boot? Maybe if I move pinky sword ever so slightly. Like this. And like this. Could I fit a boot there? I don't know. It's a small space. I don't want the boot to be tiny. Let's just like really quickly. Yeah, I think it would just be like too crunched up in here. Yeah. It's too small of a space. Alright, let's just like scribble something here. I think I am going to do the boba cup. I know it's kind of ridiculous, but it's kind of the point of drawing stuff. Like, why bother to draw? We can draw whatever you want. Whatever you want. Like, you know, why limit yourself because something is kind of ridiculous or doesn't make sense? That doesn't make sense. Just draw all the things. Okay, so I'm thinking I'm just gonna base it like roughly off what my cups look like, because we always take a reusable. I found the perfect like boba tea cup. They were selling them at like the supermarket for a while. Don't know if they still have them, but you can probably get them online. And they're just, everything about them is like, it's almost like they were designed for bubble tea or cha time, whatever you want to call it. Right down to the quantity it carries. Like a large cha time is 700 ml, and the cup is 700 ml, or the bottle is 700 ml. It's perfect. Alright, then it's got, this part's going to be a bit tricky. I don't know how to draw it. I'm going to fudge it. It's got like a, okay, I'll get this part on first, so that I see what space I've got to work with here. Come on now. Come on now. Maybe I do it closed actually, because like, you know, I'm gonna just assume this person's traveling. I don't know why they're traveling with like this severed head and this cursed chest. They just took the whole chest. They're like, okay, can't figure out how to open it. I'm just gonna take it. Okay, so, and then we'll do some modification on a new layer. So there's like a latchy bit that like goes across. Jeez, how am I gonna do this? Across, and then like it hits the edge, but goes down. I don't know how to draw it. I could go and grab one of my cups. Literally, I could just go to the kitchen right now, grab one to reference. I don't know if that looks right or not. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna grab one. Oh my god, this thing dropped on the floor. Oh, it's kind of stuck. I'm just gonna kick it over that way. Go. It's in my way. Go. Go. Okay, there we go. Rather than like bending down, picking it up, moving it properly. Alright, I'm also gonna ditch this terrible tea. Hi, Gigi. Gigi wanted to go on the couch today, so that's where she is. Snugged up on the couch. Ugh. Ugh. Just remembering that tea. It's enough. I'm pretty sure Candace chose that one, so she can damn well drink it. I don't really fancy the smell of it in the packet, so I'm just going by that. I'm sort of assuming that I'm the one. I didn't choose it, because I don't really fancy the smell of it, even before it's made into a tea. So, yeah, I'm gonna shirk any blame for us having acquired that tea. I know I chose the grape one, the grape green tea, and that one's like nearly gone now. Because it's the one I chose, and it's delicious. I don't want Lapsang Shiong. Is that how I say it? Let me have a look at the word again. Souchong? Lapsang Shiong? I'm not sure how I say it right. I'm sorry if I'm butchering that word. Yeah, the only teas we have left are the ones Candace chose. Surprise, surprise. What's this one? Strawberry vanilla. Oh, smells good, but there's like none left. Eh, it's all gone. All the good ones are gone. Oh, there's like a tiny bit of grape green tea left. I guess I'll have that. FU kumquat tea. Horrible. Horrible. Will not buy again. I feel like I'm kind of wasting. I guess I can leave this in here. I've got like, because it's they're all loose leaf teas. So I recently acquired a couple of new types of like tea infuser thingies. Yeah, I got a couple that are like really good design. I like them a lot. They work great. I better keep in mind that I came out here for that char cup. Yeah, I'll close this one up, throw the lid on, and then I can position it on my desk and reference it. But I also really, really, really need a cup of tea. It's a need. A need, not a want. Pouring some tea leaves now. Oh, it's so dusty because it's like the last little bits. Nah, trying to shake the dusty bits out. There's gonna be one dusty cup of tea. It's gonna have lots of particles through it. Alright, I've got my cup to reference for that drawing. I really have to go back to Lupicia, in case anyone's wondering about, well, if you happen to live anywhere within Melbourne or near the CBD, within reasonable travel time to the CBD, and you wanna make a trip of it and go visit Lupicia, they're at, what's that place called? What is that place called? It's opposite Melbourne Central. QV. Yeah. Is that right? I'm pretty sure it's called QV. It's in the maze, the absolute maze that is QV, and the name of the store is spelled Lupicia. 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 So, anyone's curious about that, go there and support them. They're an awesome, awesome, awesome shop. Very sweet people in there too. It's a Japanese lady, and I think her partner, like her husband. Oh my god, you should see how dusty this tea is. Maybe I run it through another strainer into another cup. Or I think the particles will kind of settle. Alright, maybe I just hope that all the little fine particles settle down to the bottom. Alright. I'll let that brew for a few minutes. I'm going to take this reference. That is a dirty cup of tea. Hey G. She looks super cute. She always looks super cute. It's so cold outside, I don't really want to open up the blinds, because what's the point? It's cold outside, it's just going to let cold into the house, but it's kind of dark, kind of dreary. Alright, I'm back to my desk with my little reference. So, needs to stand up a bit higher maybe. Oh god, I'm playing balancing games now. Stack this up onto here, and like that. Okay, that definitely helps. So how it goes is different from what I thought. There's no overhang here because the lid goes inside the bottom, the plastic bottom. Then there's like a rim that does stick out on the top. How do I draw this? It's quite a complicated thing now that I'm looking at it closely for the first time ever. The magic of drawing. Realizing stuff is super complicated. Okay, there's a bit that like comes up and all the way across. Jeez Louise, how am I gonna do this? I don't know if this is gonna work out looking okay. Okay, to be honest. Maybe what I do is draw the circle on top. This is turning into like the greatest challenge. I'd kind of like to have just a photo that I can trace over, honestly, because you know, this is a heck of a lot of fuss. Come on now, let's go. Nope. Maybe. Drawing circles is another one of the worst things. Still not. Trying to draw circles will just kind of make you hate life. It's like a shape that takes all the joy out of life. Alright. I think I'm just gonna work with this. You know, might not be flawless. Just good enough. Okay. My brain does not comprehend man-made things very well, I have to say. Alright, let's see. So here. I just kind of want to trace it. Maybe I will. You know what? Maybe I will. Why make this difficult for myself? I'll just get the angle I need. It looks really bad because of the low lighting situation and all the crap on my desk. But there we go. I can... What's the quickest way to fetch this? I guess I can just throw it onto my YouTube like community page just for a second so I can grab it. Pardon me for yawning, everybody. Community, there it is. And photo. Well, they make you go through a few steps. Here we go. Quick riff. It's kind of convenient to be able to do that. I won't need to keep it there, but let's grab it. Do I have it open? Community. Load in. Did it not? Did it not? It's showing on my phone. Um, see the photo on my phone, but I don't see it on here. Oh, there it is. Yes, come on. Come on, come on, come on. My internet's been like kinda dodgy lately. There it is. Chalk up. Desktop. Okay, I'll get rid of this. Okay, you do what you gotta do. And we'll open that up. Copy it real quick. There she is. Hey, hey. Alright. Now I don't have to suffer my way through this. I can learn the geometry of my cup by tracing my cup. Probably should have just done a selection and deleted it. Oh, that's alright. Let's just clear this away real quick. Whoa, that's close. That was close. Okay, there we go. Let's scale this thing to be the sitting where I want it. Like that probably. Hey, there we go. This is going to make life much more pleasant. Plus, I guess it's good for anybody who hasn't done much digital art ever to see different processes to make like life a bit easier for yourself. Like, I could have struggled my way through that, but this will just like speed things up a little bit. Plus, it's a different method to use. It's good to just change it up sometimes. Why did I do these lines so poo? It's really tricky sometimes when you end a line to end it cleanly. Yeah, you can kind of see all the little turns that the shapes take. It would have been really, really difficult for me to get this right. I was looking at it, but my hand was not putting down what it needed to. But yeah, this is basically the perfect char cup design I was telling you guys about. Seals really well, doesn't leak, and it this bit like lifts up, and there's a nice big drinky hole underneath that easily fits like a boba straw, like a thick reusable like boba straw. We have metal ones. Alright, these lines are gonna be the pooest lines. But I don't know if they're selling these cups anymore. I've got like 5, so that when I have people over or whatever, if I want to go get char time in like a small group or whatever, everyone can take one of the cups. So I'm not about those disposable, especially when so if it's something you go have all the time, and we fluctuate a little bit with how much we have it, because it is junk food, but when the weather's in the summertime and stuff, you've been out for a bike ride or whatever, and I'm already so limited in what I can eat because I'm vegan by choice, and I have celiac disease, which obviously is no one's choice. So I'm already quite restricted in like the things I can have, and chow time is just one of the few things that I can just grab when I'm out, or have as like a bit of a treat or whatever. So even though it's junky, we do have it like semi-regularly, and it does, like I said, it fluctuates. Sometimes we'll go ages without having any at all, and then we'll go through like kind of phases of having drinking way more of the stuff. Oops. I think I'll put this line all the way across, since it is the lid, like inside the cup, if that makes sense. If you know what I mean. I should go get my dirty tea as well, for it's dirty and cold. That'll do. Alright, let's get rid of this reference, don't need it. There we go. Maybe I did it slightly too big. Damn it! I did it kind of big. Alright, let's shrinky. But the thing is, when you shrink, you lose your line thickness. Now this is a bit of a cheat you can do. If your line thickness has changed, you can make a selection of your outline layer. Make sure you've got a spare layer underneath. And you can expand the selection by like 1 pixel. So okay. Then you can just grab a brush and on the new layer, you can actually use the old layer, it doesn't matter in this instance. So you can just same layer and then you just brush over the top. And it will fill in that extra area that you expanded on your selection. The only thing is, even sometimes the minimum expansion of 1 pixel is like too much, so my lines look now too thick. I could like try to offset it a bit by shrinking it a tiny bit more. It's probably close enough. I think the thickness of this line and the thickness of this line. What I could do is be even cheekier about it. What I could do is make the lines a little bit thicker first. That's not what I want to do. So select the lines, expand by 1, thicken them up. So thicken them up a tiny bit before I do the resizing. That probably works better, hopefully. Yeah, and now they look pretty close. If I put my brush on like 10, which is what I was using, it's a little bit thicker than 10, but it's not too bad. This looks a bit more like steampunky, or you know, something a bit more like high tech compared to the rest. I want to kind of try to offset it somehow. Like I'm kind of thinking like maybe I modify. I'll duplicate first in case I don't like what I end up doing. But I'm kind of thinking, and this means doing glass again, hooray. I was kind of thinking, yeah, changing the shape of this. And then putting like a glass bottom on, like a, just, yeah, like another sort of janky shaped. So it'd actually be a really cool bottle to have. So I've kind of got to run the glass from up here. I suppose it almost feels like a mason jar at that point. This is going to be really difficult. Could I use the symmetry tool? Let's give it a go. It might not line up right. Oh yeah, no. No, it starts from the same. Oh, wait. Strategy. Yeah, this will be it will be very hard because I have to start right from the center. You'll see what I mean when I get around the edges. So if I wanted to go up, see, meeting them up is really difficult. Arguably, I could do this on a different layer and then try to line it up. This might be more fuss than it's really worth at the end of the day. Symmetry tool can be very useful though, so in certain scenarios. See, I mean, that's not too bad, I think. Let's get rid of these little excess bits. But like, I don't know if I want it more janky looking than that. You know, like the symmetry tool does it very, very perfect. So I think I want like a little bit more of a janky hand drawn. But you know, if you didn't want that, that's an option. I think what I'll do is I'll go like down from here, halfway to the bottom. Oh god. The pen, there's a button on the Wacom pen, and I've always hated it. If you accidentally press it, it counts as like a click, and it breaks your line up into segments. So you've got to press undo more times, and it just feels uncomfortable. I've never liked it. I don't like accidentally clicking that button. It does nothing for anybody. I bet. It certainly does nothing for me anyway. Never needed that button. I think the sun's coming out. Kinda looks like it. Okay. Doesn't really feel more medieval at this point still. Unless I make this... I could make it like... try to make it look like wood. How funny would that be? The contraption, like the whole fancy top part is somehow constructed out of wood. And then the bottom is glass. Kinda like it. I've also got to fill this with bubble tea. I mean, you know, it's an idea. Good idea, bad idea, it's an idea. Alright, I'm gonna go check my dirty tea, which is probably going cold by now. Cold, dirty tea. Delish. Oh god, it's so dirty. Ooh. I mean, it's just like tea leaf particles, tea leaf dust. It's not anything bad. I'm just a picky little sissy. I'm gonna pour it into another cup. I can't handle it. It's too much. It's too much. Alright. Here we go. It's like all the dregs. Here we go. New teacup. We'll just leave all those dregsy bits behind. It's much better. Now it's clean tea. Not much you can do about it. You're always going to get that powdery stuff. Let's see if it's cold. It's like lukewarm. Good enough. Alrighty, back to it. Alrighty. Let's do the boba. How am I gonna... I'm sort of picturing how I kind of want this to look. Alright, let's go down the bottom. This one could get a bit busy as well in terms of layers, so let's just start with naming things a little bit. Let's do this as the boba tea. And I'm gonna go sort of like painterly which is like very different from everything else on this thing. But I'm going to do it. I think it'll be fun. I think it'll be like a, you know, change it up a bit. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to do the milky tea stuff color. Okay, it's going to be real full. So zoom out a bit, shall we? Alrighty. And it's going to be mango soy milk tea. Very good stuff. It's probably one of my absolute favorites. It's always that. It's the mango soy milk, or it's the peach green tea. It's like jasmine green tea with peach syrup. It's those two. Those two are my go-to. Got a bit close here, didn't we? Just move that away a little bit. There we go. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to a don't know if I have one. Let's make one. We're going to create a copy of this brush and we're going to pen flat water. I'm going to change it to, it's still a pen. Oh, does that mean I can't within this one? Blend mode. No. Pen. Oh, here we go. Watercolor. Okay, we don't want size, I don't think, but I kind of do want opacity. Minimum width doesn't matter. Yeah, that doesn't matter either. And that should do. Okay. So now we're gonna try to like paint in the boba. Wouldn't it be great if you could just have music playing in your stream, like in the background, so we all could hear it and there wasn't like a million billion copyright issues? I think that would be brilliant. I would love that. Okay, so we're gonna grab a boba kind of a color, and we're gonna start painting these babies in. There's a song I've got stuck in my head so badly, and I would just love to put it on. I get some of them like in the background, like faint. Like this. Yeah, a song that I would so badly love to put on right now. Can't do it. I mean, I could have it in my own ears, I suppose. It's probably a good idea until, but then I might accidentally sing, and I don't really want to put that on anybody to have to hear. I think this is kind of working, right? It's kind of creating the boba. This one's too big. It's bothering me. You, ma'am, or sir, are too big. Back to my little painty brush. Now this does not need to be so high, maybe 20 maximum. There's definitely enough space down here for two of these little things. totally gonna work. Some of them are still a bit big, I think. It's alright, they can just get lost in the background. This one's too big as well. Ticking me right off. Alright, now let's get the complement like way up. There we go. Let's get some front boys. That kind of do the trick. Let's zoom out a bit. Yeah, that looks kind of good. Maybe the boba are a bit too strong. So what I can do is, like they're showing up too much through the milky drink. So I'll grab the color again. Might even go like slightly lighter or at least a bit more saturated. Go over the top, I'll select that and then I'll fill over the top. And then I'll set that to like a soft light or a overlay or a, that's kind of cute. Otherwise I can just go normal and yeah, just change the opacity. Saturation, I might have gone a bit strong on that. There we go. That's kind of boba tea-ish. We still have to do the glass over the top of the whole thing as well. So we might just get ourselves in order here. So this will be the milk or the soy dash boba. Get these two in there so I can turn them off. So then we need a glass. Needs to go over the top of that. And we'll grab something in a similar realm of what we used previously. Oop, sorry, y'all, I touched my microphone. And our glass should go over this bit as well. This is going to be a bit of a pain in the bum. Alright, let's go back to our normal one. Make this, it's already pretty nice and small, so we're going to try to go over these lines, because technically this part, this lower part of the lid is inside the bottle, underneath the glass. So I want to get the glass over the top of it, and I didn't break things up, you know, in the beginning, as much as I like these lines that I'm now coloring over, I probably should have put on a separate layer underneath the other outlines or whatever. But anyway, this is just a bit of a, you know, I didn't plan it out, improvise, workaround. Okay, so I've got the glass. We'll change it to, what do we use before? Hard light? Hard light is too hard in this instance, I think. Soft light? Soft lights be... I probably should have also done the milk and the boba are like on separate layers now that I'm thinking about it, but that's okay. Let's not fuss too much. Let's just figure out what looks good with this. Soft light, overlay. Let's move it around. Let's put something. Oh, right. The folder needs to be passed through. Let's just do this as pass through as well, just in case. Yeah, overlay is definitely not a good way to go. Highlight is too much. Let's just do it. If we did it really faint, like that much, that kind of looks okay. 45. Let's go with that for now. Whoopsie. Alright, and let's do this silly thing of trying to make the top look like the cap. Make it look like it's made out of wood. And I would absolutely, if this thing existed, if this jar or bottle or whatever you want to call it, what is that line? Is that on my monitor, or is it just a piece that's missing from here? Yeah, it was. Okay, got it. Got it. I do the same for this. What's it at? 37. It's an odd number, but okay. Maybe it was meant to be 40. There we go. That will do. We'll also have to do our hard shines over the top. Doot doot. Hard shines. And then over those as well, we need to do the... What did I call it? Glass glow. I'll call it glass glow. I know what I'm talking about. Alrighty, so let's do the wood top. That's what I'm calling it. Can't be bothered. It's kind of like a lid, I suppose, but yeah, wood top is good enough. Alright, so let's find a good starting colour for the wood to be. A bit more orange, a bit darker. It's made out of oak. Yeah, if this was a thing that exists, if I was in a shop and I saw a beautiful glass bottle with a ridiculous wooden top on it, and that was just my throat making sound, sorry, that was involuntary. I would buy this, basically, is what I'm trying to say. Very, 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 I would buy it. Straight away, wouldn't even think about it. Just take my money at this point. Because I would just want to have the thing that badly. And that's probably what I'd start having my bubble tea in, my cha time. So sleepy. Alright, let's fudgicle some wood grains onto here. My belly is also just rumbling crazy. So far so convincing, right? Totally looks like it's made out of wood. Trying to follow the shapes. How badly would you all buy this thing? I don't know. Maybe it's just me. My desire for, like, cool... I don't know whether you would call it fantasy or medieval or what you would call the design of this thing. It's like modern fantasy, maybe you would call it. But anyway. I just want there to be cool designs like this, like different. Different than all the stuff you see everywhere all the time. everything often to me feels like really same because, you know, I guess it's companies playing it safe or whatever. They're like, find a thing that works and then that's the formula, you know, and then everyone kind of does that same thing. I guess just because it's shown to work. So you kind of just get replicas popping up and everything ends up being really the same. Just rip-offs of other ideas, kind of. Which, to some extent, I understand because I've talked about this in a previous live stream, but it is prohibitively expensive to do anything in this country. Like, there's all sorts of permits and licenses and rules and regulations, and sure, there needs to be some of that, at least with rules and regulations, because otherwise, you know, things are going to get a bit out of control. Sure, I get that within reason, but not to the point where, like, nobody can do anything except for unless you're, like, ultra wealthy or something. Yeah, anyways, I had a big rant about that in a previous live stream. It'd just be nice if there were more options. But for there to be more options, there needs to be more creativity. There needs to be more people having like their own small businesses and stuff, but it needs to be possible. So right now, I don't think the average, you know, the average working class person could afford to try to start up their own business because, yeah, the costs involved are just unbelievable. Just too high. And what if the business doesn't work? You know, you shouldn't be left bankrupt and destitute just because you wanted to try making your own thing in the world. You know, you wanted to have a go of running your own business. How sad is that? It needs to be supported, I think. There should be all sorts of like government things going to get small businesses, more small businesses, the more the better, up and running and going. Like at the moment, I'm not sure if there's any, or what there is savagely lacking. I don't think that this capitalist country, unfortunately, is geared towards that kind of thing. We're not geared towards small business and creativity and variety and fun and freedom and stuff. Unfortunately, it's very corporate. It's very controlled. It's very regulated, which makes things very bland. Alright, I think this looks enough like wood. I've just been ranting away. Actually looks kind of good. Happy with it. Just lighten that one up a little bit. Alright, that looks like wood. We did it. The glass back over the top, see what I mean? The glass needs to go over this bit that sits inside. I think I'll change the outline color of the glass. It's all on the one layer, so I've just kind of got to work around what's there. Again, didn't break things up, but that's okay. Let's just go with it. Alright, once we get these little... Alright, zoom right in here. Oh, that's too much. Make the brush really small. And once we get these little finicky bits... you know what, I'll go here, I'll go over it, and then I'll come back. It's easier. Undo this side, just go over it, and then we'll come back. Not too much. Okay, good. Good, good, good. Okay. Oof, too big. Let's just get past this this area. Alright, around we go. Boop, 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 boop. Let's get our hard shines going on with our pressure brush. It's probably good enough. So there's kind of a because the drink inside is kind of a light color, it's sort of yeah, you don't see the shines as much. There's less contrast going on. But that's okay. I don't like that line at all. Today's gonna be a rough one. My belly's already grumbling. 9 o'clock, so I've got a couple more hours. Alright, that'll do for the shines on the glass, I think. Good enough. And now we're gonna get in here with our airbrush and we're gonna brush on some glowy light dodge. That's already on pass through. Nice. Yeah, I kind of want it where the light would be, like where this shine is. I kind of want it mostly concentrated there. That'll do, I think. Maybe a light one on the other side as well. That'll do it. And I don't want it to glow per se, but I'm kind of thinking about like adding a bit of a warm patch up on here. So this is like wood light. I don't want the wood to like, you know how glass, it I don't know how to even describe it right now, but when light hits it, it refracts the light all over the place, and it has this kind of like shiny glowing kind of effect, and wood doesn't really do that. So I'm gonna lock the layer. I'm gonna select the layer so I don't really go outside of it, and then I'm just gonna grab an orangey red, and I just want to like burn. Why is it lot? Oh, I've got two selected. That's why. Dodge. That's what I wanted. All right. That's what happened. Okay, it was just me being not accurate with my clicks. Yeah, something a bit like that. Looks kind of strange for some reason. I think it's because, yeah, it's going to be because the outlines are not also selected. So what I might do, I'll just do a lasso, like I'll do a hand. Doesn't matter if it comes over these edges a bit, does it? I don't know, maybe it kind of does. Careful, careful. Oh, hi Leonidas, how you doing? Good to see you again. I've just been rambling away to myself here. Oh no, I need the whole thingy. Wand and I'll deselect. Yes, that worked. Alright, get rid of all that. We'll zoom out a bit and we'll do our thingy. That was a bit of a long-winded way to do it, but yeah, that's kind of what I want. There we go. Except a bit more gentle, I think. Maybe not so. Oof, 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 wrong way. just knock it down a bit, like maybe 60%. 60% looks good. Ah, good to hear you're good. I am pretty good as well. I think I'm having a pretty good morning. Making my way through these little, you know, they're no reason illustrations. They're just because illustrations. So this is like, I'm gonna call it fantasy boba, because that's what it is. Fantasy boba. And I'm looking at this treasure guard dude. I'm kind of thinking I might like shrink him a little bit. I don't know, fantasy boba's become my favorite one now. I want that. I was also thinking of putting a straw next to it, but it's okay. I'll leave it as it is, just the jar. What have you been getting up to, Leonidas? Have you been, you know, keeping busy? Oh, you were drawing, right? I know you said a reply on the on my community page saying that you were going to do some drawing. How'd that go? Did you get much done? Alright, I was just chugging some tea. I know there's a delay thing I can like set up for the chat. I don't know if it offsets it or how it works. Anyway, oh, that's another thing. A million things I've got to look into. Adjusting on here. Alright, so we're on to something new. On to a new item of some kind. Have to think what it is. I've also just realized the time. Where I am, it is currently 10 to 9 in the AM. And 9 AM is my mini break time, where I like feed Gigi, you know, move my limbs a little bit. I think I only need like a mini break today. Maybe I won't kind of even bother because I've been moving around a little bit just with my headset on. Yeah, I think I kind of won't bother today. I think I'll keep my headset on and set up sort out Gigi's food. It only takes a minute. It's just got to sit for a while. I don't feel the need for a mini break today. I feel pretty energetic, I say as I yawn. Next item. Next item will be... Do we do another weapon? What else would you take if you're going out, like, spelunking, like, adventuring, exploring, monster slaying, etc.? What else would you take? I might take a packet of band-aids. I know that's, like, the most random thing, but as soon as my mind came up with it, I was just like, I want to draw a packet of band-aids. You were doing biology. That's awesome. Drawing as well. Ah, that's so cool. That would be the best subject, one of the best subjects to study. I'm really into, I mean, I can't say natural sciences, but like the natural world, biology, like just animals and plants in general. So that's a really cool subject to be studying. That's so cool. So awesome. Alright, a new post of mine just went up on Instagram. That's good. I gotta schedule in some more for the weekend, which will probably be this one. So I'm aiming to finish this page up today. I don't know how many more things I need to do. 3 or 4 maybe to fill this space. And then I've got the speed paint from yesterday, which I wasn't like super thrilled with the outcome. But I've got that, and I'll be doing another speed paint today. And I made a decision yesterday after spending, you know, some 3.5 hours painting because I chose a photo that was so complicated. I made the decision that I'm gonna for the daily prompts and the speed paints, I'm going to keep them as actual speed paints and set myself a timer of like a 1 hour maximum. And I'm going to choose reference images that are a little bit more reasonable and yeah, make them actual speed paints. Project on fauna of Macedonia. That would be amazing. Yeah, that's such a yeah, such a cool subject, such a cool everything. I love that. I'd be way right into that. That's so cool. Kudos to you, I say. That's the best. I did I've studied a bit of horticulture myself, and I've just always done gardening and propagating and lots of growing vegetables and stuff in particular. But yeah, I have a really keen interest in plants, as well as animals, just, you know, nature in general. So all of it's really interesting. I like geology as well. So just literally pretty much anything to do with the natural world, and I'm interested. You know, like I always just want to keep learning more about it. Um, so yeah, I kind of hope that that's what the parts of this my live streams will be. It's like, when I go to draw certain things, I'm happy to like look into it a little bit and learn a little bit about it. Obviously, when I'm just making junk up out of my head, like I am here with these, I don't really need to research or anything, but there's going to be times where I'm going to draw like an actual bird or an actual fish or, a real life plant or whatever, and yeah, can sort of like learn a little bit about it. I sort of would like to incorporate that in as well, because I think art, doing art is very much about, learning at the same time. Obviously, it's very observational based, and I feel like it's a great chance to learn about things at the same time. So it kind of just comes hand in hand, I feel like. Art and just learning about things. Yeah, improving knowledge. Okay, so we're going to just draw. I'm thinking it would actually probably fit here kind of well. So, box of band-aids. Gotta have some kind of first aid. And band-aids are not. I mean, it's better than nothing, but, you know, it's probably not sufficient first aid, especially if you're an adventurer out, like, fighting monsters and stuff. You'd be like, oh, your arm's been cut off. Here you go, have a band-aid. I think that's too skinny, isn't it? Yeah, so it's not the maybe not good enough first aid for this imaginary scenario, but like maybe that just makes it funny. You've lost a finger, your face has been like gouged by some sort of horrible beast. Band-aid. Maybe they're enchanted band-aids though. Huh? They're like they're magic band-aids. Yeah, I'm gonna go with that. Think Macedonia with Mac Mas I don't even know how to say that. Macaronesia? Okay, 5 archipelago distributed near the African continent. Okay, I see. Let's have a look. Um, oh, sorry. Yes, no, I did misread. You're right. You're perfectly right there. I absolutely just breezed right over that word and read it as Macedonia, and it is Macaronesia. Macaronesia? Macaronesia? Oof, I'm gonna have to look up how to pronounce that word later on. Okay, so it's an archipelago, a group of islands. Yeah, the African continent. Alright, well, I've never heard of it. I'll have to look it up after my live stream. But that is even more cool and interesting because I've never heard of it. You're teaching me things, Leonidas. I am learning from you. I appreciate it. That's what happens when you skim read. Still feel like this is not like big enough. Maybe it is. And I was sort of thinking I'll have it open and some of the band-aids like coming out the front maybe. I feel like the shape of it and the size of it is off. Like it's too big. I think I'm gonna change the size and make it more squidgy like this and a bit taller. That looks a bit better. Oh, I remembered something that I thought of yesterday to add as well, which was like some sort of unusual, like tropical looking fruit. Alright, that would have absolutely janked up the line thicknesses really badly, so quickly just go over it. The line weights will be completely busted after that resizing. I'll put the stabilizer higher as well, because my hands are a bit jittery. The box doesn't have to be perfectly, actually I could kind of like jank it up a little bit, because you know I imagine they'd be like carrying it around in a backpack, so it might be a bit kind of like creased and damaged and stuff. I'll do a line there but in a smaller weight, and this one can come out and then in a bit to match the other side. Okay, grab a smaller line, we'll put like a couple of like little creasy bits. And we'll get a line going back inside like this. It's pretty good. Okay, and then we need like the little... Thanks also for saying that you like these drawings. That's very nice of you. I've been having a really good time with filling this page. I've been adding a bit more technical aspects to some of them than sometimes what I do, which oftentimes I'll do just outlines and base colors and that's it. And maybe a texture over the top real quick at the end. But this one I've done a few more technical bits and pieces and creating some like little, you know, lighting effects, glow effects, whatever. And it's been really fun. I love this. Is probably my favorite thing to do. My two favorite things to do is to just draw stuff that comes out of my head with no planning, you know, no real sketching. Just it's like visual brainstorming is kind of how I think of it. It's like one of my absolute favorite things to do. I could do it all day, every day. I mean, until I collapse, because I do find it quite tiring, I'm going to be honest. But I love it so much. It's just the most fun thing for me. And then the other thing I love doing is speed painting, which is also quite draining. You know, as much you love a thing, but it's you find it still exhausting. Hopefully, other people can relate to that, and it's not just me. Get a little lid piece. We'll have some band-aids coming out. I have this song stuck in my head. It's there. It's not going anywhere. I'm sure everybody can kind of relate. Alright, might put the band-aids on their own, or at least we're going to have to put them on a temporary layer to just draw them in over the top anyway. Alright, let's have it so we've just sort of got one main one. The band-aids need to be about this long, so let's just draw the whole thing. It's kind of coming up. Would be fit two. I've got to like roughly get the sizes of what these things would be. So, oh, I touched the button on the pen again. My nemesis. The pen button. That feels like kind of about what I want. I need to change the angle a little bit. Maybe if I start at the bottom, follow the curve of that up. Sorry y'all, but I just have to draw this line 100 times till I get it right. Good enough? Kind of, almost. I keep ending up with it like too thick at this end and then getting skinny as it goes back. Or the angle's not looking quite right. Sometimes I've just got to draw a thing like 50 times until I figure out, you know, how I want it to be, how it needs to be. I feel like fairly happy with that one. Yeah, I'm gonna say that's okay. And I'm thinking of putting like one over the out here, maybe, but I'll worry about that after. Try to get the other ones that are sort of like stacked up in here. This is difficult. Go to 8 for that. I'll zoom in a little bit. This might not work to suggest a stack of band-aids, to be honest. I feel like I want it to be a bit more, not quite so neat. It kind of works okay, actually. I'm kind of just, yeah, I'm going to go with that. Kind of looks like a stack of band-aids, and I would suggest some more under here as well, maybe. Hi, hi. Get rid of these lines. Back inside the box you guys go. And there'll be the pouchy bit over there. It's not a pouchy bit. I don't know what you call that part. It's like the thickest part. The thickest part of the... And what are these actually called? The default? Because Band-Aid is a brand. I'm pretty sure. I think they're just called medical adhesive strips or something. Technically, is what they are. You know, Band-Aid is a brand, but yeah, in Australia we just refer to them as Band-Aids because that's like the main brand. There we go. These are medical adhesive strips for all your adventuring needs. What is that going on right there? Mystery. I feel like there's been a lot of, I just call them artifacts, but like little bits of, I don't know where it's come from, little scritches and stuff. Must have been me. Okay, it's clean. It's clean enough. Hello. Hello, ghost dude. Zoomed right in on his face. Yeah, that kind of looks like a packet of medical adhesive strips. Let's squidge them together. And I'll just add that detail of the... Maybe I will I do it at an 8? No, I'll do it at a 10. So yeah, there's like the thicker part of the band, well, the medical adhesive strip. Here that's got like, I think it's got like a tiny bit of like gauze inside it or something. you know, it's like the absorbent part that like soaks up the stuff. Come on now. Be the shape I want you to be, please. Nope. Yeah, that's good. Back these lines right up. Go. Get rid of this one. Ah, crumbs. It's joined. It's joined to there now. I wonder what size I'm working at. I've kind of forgotten. Ah, it's in pixels. I'm guessing that it's A4. I'm hoping that I'm working at A4 minimum because I kind of like these ones. I think it would be like a cute printout. Weather? Yeah. Actually, it's been really technically today, for me in Australia, it's the first day of September, which is technically the first day of spring. Um, and we've had quite a lot of rain recently. Um, it's been like cool, but you know, like not cold, not like cold cold. But yeah, we've been having a decent amount of rain lately. Like the whole week, it's been rainy, so I haven't been able to do washing and stuff like that, like laundry. Um, but that's kind of yeah, that's usual for springtime. That's when the rain tends to come in Australia. But the sun's come out now. The birds are busy. I can hear them, which is nice. Yeah, no complaints on my end. I think I'll just suggest that with color. I'm getting a bit technical here. Even those little dots maybe could be boop 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 boop. Alright, maybe they could be done at a 6 and maybe not quite so small as that. This is on too high. Alright, is that better? Having a hard time deciding. I always get a bit stuck with this part of whenever I draw any band-aids ever. This is always the part I have trouble making look decent. And let's just keep at it till it looks good. It does feel wrong with that one here. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. There we go. Yep, that looks good enough. Yeah, we certainly are. We certainly are quite far down in the southern hemisphere, that's for sure. So, yeah, our sun shines in from the north as opposed to the south. And yeah, our seasons are yeah, potentially the complete opposite of where you are. That's what's going on with with the weather in Australia right now. We're coming into the rainy times, which is when you want to be setting up your vegetable gardens. There we go. That looks kind of pretty much how I imagined it. The climate's strange. Oh, I see. Oh, sounds turbulent where you are. It's hot. It's like hot and then cold and then hot and then there's fires and earthquakes. Wow. Well, actually, there has been a couple of mild tremors. I don't know if you could go so far as to call them earthquakes, but we've had a couple of mild tremors in the past few years here in Australia. And my whole life, and you know, I'm in my 30s now. My whole life, I had never felt even the faintest tremor that I could recall. And then all of a sudden, just in the past um, 3-ish years, maybe, there's been several, just seemingly out of nowhere, just all of a sudden. And the last one, I think, measured. Ooh, I don't want to misquote actually what it was. Um, yeah, I can't remember what it measured on the Richter scale, to be honest, but I really felt that one. Like it woke me up. It woke me up out of my sleep because that's how strong it was. Like the whole house felt was shaking or like swaying almost. If you know what an earthquake feels like, I do now. A mild one anyway. Um, yeah, all the glass in like the cabinets and the windows was like shaking and stuff. It was wild. Never felt a thing like it before in my life. So, you know, that's something that's different. Bushfires are certainly just a way of life in Australia. Summertime, there's going to be bushfires somewhere in the country. It's just a given. Everyone knows. Um, yeah, can't can't get away from the bushfires in Australia. I think I'm going to leave it like that. I was thinking of doing one out of the packet, but I think I like it like this. I'm going to flip this boy upside down and get some kind of a label written onto here. Oh, this is tripping me out a bit, this angle. Woof. Alright, we're going to work it size 8. And we're going to get some kind of branding on here. It's going to make it, this kind of makes it look like a cigarette packet. Cigarette packet. Maybe I'll just do it with colours. Yeah, I'll just colour the branding onto there. It's going to be fun actually, doing that. Last time it rained there, wow, you don't even remember. That sounds intense. I don't know about that. I mean, that happens to us in the summertime. We can go weeks, like we can go a whole month and then some, you know, with no rain. Weeks and weeks and weeks can go by with no rain. Oh no. Yeah. Look, honestly, that's I don't. Maybe it's not normal for the area you live in. Maybe that it sounds like it's kind of unusual and strange. Um, it's very normal for Australia, unfortunately. We have to be really careful. There's been, you know, several incidents in this country where hundreds of people have been killed in bushfires, so it's no joke, and it happens every single year. Um, it's not every single year that people are killed, thank goodness, but yeah, there's going to be fires no matter what. We have, we can have, you know, week-long periods where the temperature is 40 degrees or more, um, 40, 42, 43 even. Very dangerous, very unpleasant. Personally, I don't, I'm not a fan of summertime. I'm a fan of all the veggies you can grow, but it's also a lot of work because there's not really any rain and things. So yeah. Um. Oh, interesting. So you had a similar thing in where you live, where there was sort of no earthquakes, but now suddenly there is. Yeah, that makes me really like just like what is going on? Um. Yeah, it's a bit scary, isn't it? All of a sudden, earthquakes everywhere. Don't know about that. Really, yeah, really worrisome because like how bad are they going to become? Like how frequent are they going to become? I don't know. I would really, really not be very happy if earthquakes became really prevalent and really powerful in Australia. I think that would probably be about time to find another place to live, but there's problems everywhere, so what are you gonna do? Yeah, that was right. Okay. Alrighty, so we've got the basic box color. I'm trying to decide on the color of the band-aids. I want to make them like a really vibrant color. Maybe a bright orange or something? I got a really bright orange. Maybe the edge should be like a more pale color like this. Oops. And the gorse as well, but not quite that much, like 50%. There we go. And the holes need to be like a darker, like that. Alright, I'm going to do this with a pen because otherwise it's going to just be not very accurate. Yeah, who knows what the future's gonna bring in terms of climate activity. None of us know, hey? Heat is unbearable. Yeah, I agree. Heat really takes it out of you, and for whatever reason, I feel like some people cope with heat better than others, and I am in the category of not coping with heat very well at all. I can get heat fatigued really, really quickly and easily, unfortunately. Oops. Oh, that was too dark, hey? Really just needs to go down a tiny bit. Boop, 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 boop. Yeah, that looks okay. Alright, let's just get a little bit of branding on the side. Do this on a separate layer. Alright, I'm just gonna kind of make this up. The curious thing is the microclimates. Well, I hope the weather starts changing for you soon and you see some rain. Because I certainly know what that feels like. You're just praying for the summer to end and to get some rest from the heat, to get a break from the heat. So yeah, I certainly hope the rain reaches you soon. But we have again like a similar kind of issue where in the summertime it's just burning hot. Like even you can't really even go to the beach because it's too hot. You know, you're gonna get sunburned and heat stroke basically if you're out there. So yeah, we have a similar kind of issue. There's just it's really too hot, too dangerously hot to do anything. My partner, my girlfriend Candace, she has to go to work like really early in the summertime, and they usually finish in the middle of the day, sort of like midday, lunchtime. They finish, and if the predicted temperature is over, I think 40 degrees, then I think they don't work at all. Because yeah, you can get people getting seriously sick, like throwing up and passing out and everything like that in those kinds of temperatures. It's no joke. She's definitely had heat stroke more than once working in the summertime. So you've got to be very careful. I'm not actually sure what I'm going to do once the weather starts, getting hot in terms of streaming, because I can't run my PC in the, like in the heat of the day in summer, because um, everything's just too hot, like including the computer. The computer makes it even warmer in the house. So I have not managed to think about what I'm going to do to work around that. We don't have any cooling. And even if we did, I'm sure it would cost an absolute fortune to run. So we'll just have to see how that turns out. I think I'm literally just going to write medical adhesive strip. Because why not? We'll write it in a reddish kind of a colour. At the most bizarre angle I've ever tried to write anything, I think. Medical. Oh, this is really hurting my brain. I don't want to write the whole word adhesive, gosh darn it. Add adhesive. Oh, I totally got wrong. Lost where I was up to there for a second. Sieve. Oh my goodness, this is so difficult. This is not going to look right. Could be worse. Alright, I've got a different plan. Okay. Yeah, it's much the same here. By noon, like by midday in summertime, it's you can't do anything anymore. And 3 p.m., like forget about it. Just don't even go outside. You're just going to be in trouble. I feel like it's definitely worse. I think I'm really confident in saying that the temperature is worse and more dangerous than it was like when I was a kid. Because now it's really common to see animals, like wildlife, really badly affected by the heat. Like we've had, birds just dropping dead, and like fruit bats just dropping dead in summertime. And I do not remember that ever happening as a kid. Like, that's the sort of thing that I would have either seen it, or I would have like personally witnessed it, or I would have like heard it. It would have been a thing that was on the news. And it was on the news here, like I think last summer and or summer before. Like, animal populations are just dropping way down because the summers now are too intense. And I have found, I myself personally have found several times birds that were just like clinging to life, um, because of the heat. And so, we've taken them inside and, yeah, just like put them in a cool place, given them water, and like, saved them, and then released them later in the evening once it cooled down. Still got photos of it actually, of some of them. So, yeah, it's worrisome. It definitely feels as though it's getting worse, like more dangerous. And these are native bird species that this is happening to. So, you know, is there like I'm just wondering right now if there's like a deform tool. I might just look it up quickly so that I can know whether it actually exists or not. Deform, like transform, FireAlpaca. Uh, Mesh transform under select. Okay, let's try that. Select. There it is. Maybe I have to just do that from the get-go, or maybe I need to. Let's just try it. Mesh transform. Can I rotate? Yes, I can. Okay, cool. Yeah, this is going to be the way to do it. I think. I hope. Yeah. Yeah, even creatures that are like well adapted to the heat, like reptiles. It's even too intense for them now. Quite right. Alright, let's just move these right away over here. Da, da, da. Wee. Guess these come right over here. Oops. I haven't really used this. Haven't really had need to use this tool before, but I feel like this is the perfect opportunity to give it a go. It's a bit fussy moving it all around, but let's see what the outcome is. Okay, so misclicking is driving me a bit crazy, but this is going to be really good for, it's a bit of fussing, grabbing all these pieces and moving them around, but it's really great, especially if you're working with a shape that's kind of deformed, like a broken box or a damaged box or something like that. Alright, this side needs to come down, and that side needs to go up. Alright, yeah, this side needs to go up like this. Need to get this line across the bottom. I'm really curious to see how this ends up looking. It's like moving mesh around in like a 3D program, like in Blender. If anyone's ever used Blender, I'm not sure, but amazing, amazing 3D software. Another one that's totally free. It's ridiculously powerful and completely free. A little bit intimidating to learn, but there's plenty of tutorials all over YouTube. And I highly recommend giving it a shot if you're interested in 3D at all. I might do some 3D one day. I'll warm myself back up in it. You know, get the hang of it again. And then yeah, one day I might do some 3D sculpting as well. I kind of like to try all sorts of artistic creative stuff, so let's just create the right lines for these. This way, this way, this way. That's not too bad. It's probably gonna do it. Alright. Hey, hey! It looks good. It looks funny. I like it. You didn't know that tool existed. Yeah, I think it's kind of newish. I don't know how long it's been in there, but it's under select and then mesh transform. I feel like it hasn't been here since the very first time I ever started using FireAlpaca, but it's there now. I mean, the program's still being developed. They're constantly adding new stuff, so yeah, it's good to just check every now and again. If there's something you need, just like Google it. It might be there, it might not. But the devs, I love the developers for this software because they just keep working on it and improving it and adding things, and you can make suggestions and stuff probably on their Twitter, I think is the place to do it. There might even be something on the official FireAlpaca website for making suggestions for additions or changes or whatever. But yeah, they listen to people, and they just keep improving the software. So I love it. I'm a FireAlpaca girl for life, I think. Alright, so we've got the base and then the branding. Just wondering if I add any other details or if I just keep it kind of like no frills, like no name brand. I might add make a copy as a backup, and then I might add some like outlines around this. By 1 pixel or by 2? Let's try 2. 2 might be a bit too much. Let's see. Make a layer underneath it, and we'll just fill it in with something that's darker than this, and maybe a bit more red to make it stand out a bit better. It might be a bit too dark, but what do I need to do? About 30% maybe. 30% and lighter. Boop. Okay, that'll do. And I guess I have done some basic shading on a few things. Yeah, I have. I should put some more on the backpack actually. I'm sort of thinking of cutting a shadow across these band-aids in here. Why not? I'll do it here. And we'll do them in a... We'll just do them in a blue. Standard grey blue. Alright, let's see. So... I'm just wondering if the light would be catching any of these. Maybe I have to improvise a little bit because I don't want the shadow across the whole thing. And then, yeah, across here. Alright, that's pretty good. Missed a little bit up here. There we go, that gives a bit of depth to it. Maybe they need to be slightly darker, let's see. Darker? More saturated? Maybe not more saturated. Yep. Okay, I'm going with that. Medical adhesive strips. I should really get Judy's breakfast sorted out. I'll leave this open. I'll just wander. I'll just wander off and grab her breakfast. Maybe I will just like take 5 minutes. Just a super, technically not a break, but you know, I just gotta like run to the bathroom real quick and get Gigi's brekkie. So I'll just take 5 minutes and I'll be right back. Alright, back in 5. Alright, anyone watching? Anyone listening? I'm just gonna take 5 minutes to sort out my dog's breakfast, run to the bathroom, and I'll be right back. Alrighty, I'm back. Sorry, that was probably a little more than 5 minutes, but decided to make myself a new drink that I could just let get cold and then not want to have. So I have two mugs here now. One cold tea and one very hot tea that I just kind of burned my mouth a little bit on. I decided to make what I've only ever heard referred to as a London fog, which is an Earl Grey tea, and you like froth up the milk, or in my case like bonsai, froth it up, add a little bit of vanilla and a little bit of sugar into the milk, so it's sweet and vanilla-y when you put it into your tea, and that is what I know as a London fog. If it's something else, or if it's not a real thing, I don't know. That's just what I've been told. I think it's kind of a made-up drink. I don't know. I used to get I think someone read about it. So Candace used to work at a cafe, and then someone that worked there heard about this tea and started making it, and everyone really liked it, and well, that's where I heard about it from. So yeah, it's really good. Give it a shot. Earl Grey tea and sweetened vanilla frothed up like bonsai for the milk. It's a really good drink. Okay, so we're not sort of too far off of this. As while I was away, I was thinking a little bit that I think I'll just carry on with this. What time is it now? 10. It's probably not going to take me 2 more hours to finish, but we'll see. Who knows? So it's 10 a.m. here right now, and usually I finish at lunch, don't I? 10, 11, 12. So I guess I'll just see. Hopefully I can finish this in an hour, finish by 11, and then I want to dedicate an hour maximum to my speed painting anyway, so that kind of works out. So we'll see if we can fill this page, the last little bits that are left, in 1 hour, and then we'll have an hour left over to do our daily prompt speed paint. So that hopefully that's going to work out well. If we go over a little bit, I don't mind. If I need to chuck on an extra 30 minutes before I finish up, that doesn't bother me at all. I am flexible in my routine, not in my body. Should probably start doing some more yoga. Okay, so these are I'm just going to say medical adhesive strips, the MAS. There we go. I'm finishing up with those. That's good enough for them, I think. It would be cool though for these, because it's sort of like a cardboard box, to add the texture to that one. So I'll open up my paper texture, copy it, paste it. I'll chuck it underneath the outline so we can see where it's going. Let's get some like little bits of like gritty, stainy bits on there. Looks good. Pull this out from there. Create a selection. Reverse it. Delete it. Did that work? Am I on the wrong layer? Oh, this way. I'm on the wrong layer. There we go. Delete it. Deselect it. We'll do a quick crop to get rid of the little bits and pieces off the edge. Delete it. Yes. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, done. And now, this is the bit that might be a little bit of a pain in the bum to do, because the colours are all on the same thingy. Layers. Won't be too bad. So what I want to do is select the cardboard. The cardboard's going to be the easiest selection to make. And then this little bit down here, which I'll do by hand. So small, won't even notice. No one will notice if this has the texture on it or not, but that's how picky I am. I'll expand the selection by probably just 1. So that's where I want the texture to be. So now I have to reverse it. I'll turn everything back on. Go to the texture layer and delete. So now it's just on the cardboard. Bring it back down under here. Maybe just zoom out one, and as always, probably going to use burn. What's multiply look like? Yeah, I think as I always prefer burn. I jump around between all the things and I end up just landing back on burn. So let's add a little bit of this texture in. Maybe about 30%. 30% opacity on the texture. Done. And I think the only other thing is I might drop the saturation a little bit, like by 30%, so it's not too orange. Alright, okay. Officially calling that done. Quickly save. Calling the band-aids the medical adhesive strips done. Okay, now we need to think of another thing we would carry. Oh, I guess while we're thinking in the background, I'm going to jump to the backpack. And I think I did I did it just by filling the colors. It's okay. I'll stick with that. Sorry, I'm processing things out loud and you're only getting fragments of what I'm thinking out of my mouth. I was really just looking at the way that I did the shadows, and it was just by filling sections, so I'm going to do that here as well. Okay, that needs to be really small. Like here maybe, and then here maybe. Yep. Many sections need to be darker now. Boop. 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 And then probably also the strap back here. Like that, probably. Oops. Be kind of cute to have a little bit of light catching down here. Oh, I've got a couple of messages. Let me just check there's nothing crazy important. It's my art buddy. I'm just quickly replying. There we go. We message each other most days and just, yeah, ask each other how we're doing and kind of a bit of a support system for each other. It's really nice. He's a really good buddy. One of my bestest buddies, I would say. Yeah, that's probably good enough. I just wanted to add a little bit more, you know, like a little bit more shadows. I felt like that some of it was suggested here, in here and on these sides, but I didn't have it on this side of the backpack. I suppose I kind of needed to do it to the zip as well, because it's kind of looking like it's glowing now, which is an amazing idea for a zip. That's why I didn't do anything. I was on the eraser tool. There you go. Bit better. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, I'd say that's better. I'm happy with that. Turn the texture layer back on. Okay. I definitely didn't think at all during that process of what I should do next. So, oh, the fruit. The fruit. Let's do a fruit. I could go tung, I think is how you say it. Island lychee. I'm trying not to burn my mouth right now. Oh, I'm afraid. It's so hot. My tea is so hot. I'm just gonna like take some of the heat out of it with my hands. My poor freezing cold fingers. I don't know if this is a thing for everybody, but when I sit and draw for extended periods, you know, like an hour plus, my hands get really chilly. I think it's just because you're sitting so still while you're drawing, you know, you don't really have the blood flow and whatnot, so man, I get cold. Okay, what was I talking about? Fruit. So there's one, I keep forgetting the name of it. So these are tropical fruits, which I tried in like far north Queensland. So not the very northern tip of Australia, but it's way up there. It's like the wet tropics, and you can get everything from, you know, lychee to durian, mangoes, breadfruit, meringue fruit, which is really delicious. Most people, well, lots of people, you know, have potentially never seen or heard of that before. I guess I'll bring these up. I'm pretty sure it's just spelled meringue like this. Fruit. Yeah, there it is. Look at that. Look how weird that is. And it's really sweet. Delicious, delicious. So there's like large seeds inside of these. Oh, nice one. You've got your dinner. Very good. It's a very late dinner, but I'm glad you're eating. Yeah, so I had this meringue fruit for the very first time when I went to the tropics. It's delicious. It was one of the best new fruits that I ever tried. If you ever have a chance, if you ever have a chance to try some, definitely go for it. And you can tell it's fruit. You can tell it's ripe when the tips of these, I don't even know what to call them, the little finger parts of the skin, like the outside, they start to turn a golden, like a golden brown kind of color. You can see it on this one. This is maybe slightly overripe. It's like a bit too brown. You can see some of the browning on the fruit pieces inside. So this is maybe slightly too ripe. But this one looks good. So you want a bit of green and a bit of golden brown, and then the fruit inside should be pretty perfect, and it should be like a little bit soft when you press it too. But yeah, very very good fruit. Another one I had was called. Let's see if it comes up. It was spelled like this, like torn fruit, but it had like 5 different names. Yeah, this is it. So this was another really nice. I I can't give favorites because they were all so good. They're similar to a lychee, but they've got a thicker shell that's quite firm. Like you can't kind of crack the shell and open it out, and then the fruit inside is similar to a lychee, but I feel like the seed is smaller and the fruit is bigger than what you get in a lychee. And the taste of these, they come in green, yellow, red, purple. So here's like the reddy purpley ones. Here's the green ones. And I'm sure there was also a yellow or a yellow green. Anyway, so they come in a few different colors, 2 or 3 different colors, and they were, again, so delicious. You only get bananas. We get bananas too. Bananas is like super common. It's just, you know, I think it's everywhere in every country by now. And I think that's just because they ship so well. You know, like they've got that nice tough skin, so they can be shipped around the world more easily. Having said that, I don't see why these fruit couldn't be shipped because the shells on these are quite tough. Like it's hard to even break it open with your hands. I would bite it to crack it and then break it open. So these have a really good protective shell, and I don't see why they couldn't be a fruit that was in any supermarket anywhere. I feel like they would ship really well. Yeah, if you ever get a chance to try this, they've got lots of different names. So Island Lychee, Fijian Longan, Tung, like Taun. This one apparently says, oh my god, it's got 2 other names that I've never even heard. So I think because it's far spread across the tropics, different people call it different things. So it's got lots of different names. But if you ever have a chance to try that, give it a go. The bananas are sweet, the best you've ever had. Yeah, the bananas, if you get them in the tropics too, you can find different varieties in the tropics. We quite like the little like finger bananas. They're really nice. I'm trying to think of the name of this other fruit. Um, it's just been like leaving my mind recently. I know what it is, I know how, what it looks like and how it tastes. The name is just escaping me lately. It's not meringue, it's not tune, it's not breadfruit, it's not starfruit. What's it called? Mm, Candace could tell me if she was here. Not mango. Mangostein's another really good one. Mangosteen fruit. This is maybe a little bit more well known, but that's another really, really, really nice fruit. And I feel like it could be shipped around more than it is because it's got, like you can see, quite a thick shell. So it's very well protected and you just eat these pieces inside. The main thing with eating mangosteen is this pink, it's like a pith, it's like this pink foamy stuff that protects the fruit is like insanely uh, bitter and astringent. So you have to like take the pieces out really carefully and try to not to eat any of this like pink protective layer. It won't hurt you or anything, but like when you put it in your mouth, you get like the real sour face, like ooh kind of thing. But the fruit is so delicious. Again, very, 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 very good. Highly recommend. With what 3 kilos of avocados be? Worth you pay your rent. Yeah, exotic fruits are tough to come by. You've really got to travel. You've really got to travel to see them. Um, I'm just gonna type. Oh, I just totally knocked my microphone. I'm gonna type the common name of this other fruit because otherwise my brain's just gonna like pull itself into pieces. Um, it's called meringue, I think. Lemon meringue. How do you spell meringue? G-U-E? I don't think that's how you spell it. Meringue. Yeah, this one. Rollinia. Oh, there it is. Oh, it's killing me. Rollinia. This is another really, I think it's related to custard apples. I hope I'm not saying, giving incorrect facts here. You can see the resemblance. But they look like dragon eggs. Like, how wild is that? Like, they literally look like the egg of a dragon. And then inside you get this really soft, semi-creamy fruit. And it's got this sweet lemony taste, which is why the common name is lemon meringue fruit. And yeah, these are in the tropics too. So Rollinia or lemon meringue fruit. So this is the one I was kind of thinking of drawing in my illustration because it looks so like a fantasy, like it's got that dragon egg kind of vibe. So I might just save this. Save image. Rollinia. And yeah, I might draw one of those because I feel like it would kind of like fit the theme. But oh man, I could talk on and on about tropical fruit. Oh, you've tried that one. Awesome. You've got to get it similar to custard apples. You've got to get it like at the right ripeness. So it has to be like quite soft when you eat it, like proper ripe. Otherwise, the flavor's kind of not that good. It can be a bit astringent, which seems to be a bit of a common thing with tropical fruits, which is maybe why they're not, even if they could be shipped around, maybe that's why they're not shipped around as much because you kind of have to get the ripeness has to be good, otherwise people probably won't like it. Just gonna sip my tea. Yeah, this is still really hot. That is some hot tea. Oh my gosh, I've got more messages. Busted. I'm just writing some messages back to some people. not too different from my life form. There we go. Passion fruit, I certainly have. That's a common one in Australia. We get mangoes, passion fruit, kiwi, like bananas, apples, all sorts of citrus. Um, we don't really get, like, pomelo is a citrus we don't really see much, which is like the largest citrus fruit, I think, in the world, in the whole world. Grows more in the tropics again. It's huge. Like, they can be the size of, how would I describe that? Like a bowling ball, about the size of a bowling ball. So it's like, yeah, an enormous citrus. It tastes really similar to a grapefruit. We don't really get those, but we get lots of other types of citrus. What else is really common here? Yeah, they're huge. Uh, I may as well, since I'm on the fruit rant, let's look up a pomelo. I don't know if it's going to show any that are really, I mean, you can kind of see how big, like the size of a coconut. These ones aren't that, there you go. There you go. So that one's close to the size of a bowling ball, I would say. Coconut, bowling ball. Yeah, they're very big. Look at that one. Pretty. So they taste like grapefruit, quite similar to grapefruit. So yeah, sort of bitter sour combo. Yeah, and they've got really big pieces inside. And they tend to be, the texture tends to be a bit more, I guess it depends where you get it from, but they're a bit more, I don't even know how to say, firm maybe than some other citrus. And the last one, which most people I think nowadays know, jackfruit. Um, let's see if there's one with someone, there you go, for size reference. That's how big they get. They can get, I think, 20 kilos, I think they can get in weight. These are a really good fruit too. They can vary quite wildly in how the fruit inside tastes. So the fruit looks like that. And it's the skin. Underneath the skin there's a, what's it called? Is it not, it's like a sap? I forget what it's called. Rubber? It's not rubber. It's a sticky white stuff, which I can't quite think of the word for right now. And you have to rub oil. That actually looks like a chempedak. That looks like a chempedak, not a jackfruit. So jackfruits have a smooth, or like a fairly smooth, like bobbly, like textured skin, like a lizard skin. And then chempedak, and chempedaks are smaller as well. Oh, they still have a similar bobbly, maybe these photos are incorrect, but I feel like chempedaks have a bit more of a textured skin. That one's just green. So the good thing about jackfruit, you can cook it. You can get the fruit green and cook it up and use it as a really good protein. It's like a meat substitute. Prickly pear. Yeah, no, you're right. There is a fruit called prickly pear. Comes from a cactus, and they're actually they're classified as an invasive species now in Australia. But yep, cherimoya. That's more of a tropical fruit. We don't really get them down in the south. Don't know if I spelled that correctly. I think so. Yeah. So this is a custard apple. Yeah, custard apple. So you can see the resemblance to the Rollinia, but I think these will grow in a slightly cooler climate, whereas the Rollinia is very tropical. It needs the hot, wet tropics to be able to grow. Whereas I'm pretty sure custard apples can grow in like subtropics. I'm pretty sure. We also had these ones. So sapote, like black sapote. These are a really interesting fruit. They're also commonly referred to as chocolate pudding fruit. Just because, you know, I mean, you can probably tell why. It looks like chocolate pudding. It doesn't really taste like chocolate pudding. It's got like a sort of a mild floral kind of a taste, like maybe like a hint of chocolatiness. But they're a delicious fruit. You have to wait till they go completely soft to eat them. Like the inside has to turn to like this jelly. Otherwise, it doesn't taste good at all. Like they have to be really, really ripe, proper, proper full ripeness. Yeah, I thought so. Yeah, for the cherimoyas. And there's black sapote, yellow sapote, and they could taste completely different from each other. And so I'll show you yellow. The inside of yellow sapote to me tastes like it has the texture, the exact texture of cooked like hard-boiled egg yolk, but then it tastes like cake. If that makes it's very sweet, very dense. It's like super sweet cake with the texture of boiled egg yolk. So that's the yellow sapote. And then the white sapote, which is probably my favorite out of the lot. This has just got like a smooth, semi creamy, and the taste is like sweet, floral, fruity. It's like slightly like a hint of citrus in there. Tastes kind of like just like some kind of amazing candy or something. Um, so yeah, the sapotes are all really different from each other. The black, the white, and the yellow. And they're all very tropical plants. You might get away with them in the subtropics, I think. But yeah, they're quite tropical plants, so yeah, they're really good as well. The cactus is invasive for you as well. I'm glad to be sharing information for these fruits. I hadn't, you know, until I met my girlfriend Candace is like a real fruit enthusiast, and she taught me lots of lots of tropical fruits, which I'd never heard of, never seen, never tried. And we took a trip and we stayed up in Queensland for a while, and we got to try lots of these fruits, and it was such an amazing experience. So um, I would recommend taking a trip to a tropical area or a tropical country if you can, because yeah, for the fruit alone, it's worth it, I think. We're actually even discussing, you know, not really seriously, but just like throwing the idea around of moving back to a warmer area for a while, like moving up north, living in the tropics maybe for a few years, just to have access to that fruit. Because once you've had it, you really miss it. Especially when like all you really get down here is bananas and apples and citrus for the most part. You can definitely go to like Asian grocery stores and pick up some different fruits. Definitely, you can and it's becoming a bit more common now. Like in summertime, lots of stores now import fresh durian, so we can get durian here and there, which is awesome. And yeah, but there's so many fruits which I don't know that we're ever gonna see move become a main thing, like transported around, because lots of them are quite fragile, or you need to get like perfect ripeness for it to be good. So yeah, might do a stint back up in the tropics for a while. Certainly keen to do another trip out to Malaysia and Thailand. That's where you get the good durian. Yeah, Malaysia has some of the best durian. Let's just quickly open up our little Rolinia reference. Yeah, I know it had the stem bit in the middle. I'm just kind of improvising. I might just do that with the colour even, but I kind of want to do show some of the outside edge over here, like just focusing for a second, trying to get this bit done. Yeah, that's pretty decent. In the stores you can only buy fruits that are not so common. Yeah. Yeah, look, I understand the restrictions of, like, you know, why certain fruits aren't it's not really feasible to ship them around and stuff, you know. They have to be pretty tough to survive the shipping process, the importing, exporting, shipping, whatever, the whole process. And then on top of that, you know, they need to be able to ripen up. You know, so like tomatoes will kind of ripen up, bananas will ripen up. Once they're picked, avocados are really great for that kind of thing. They have to ripen off the plant, I believe. But yeah, then there's lots of fruit that they really need to ripen on the tree. So they don't work. They can't really be transported around. I'm not going to bother with fussing around this bit actually. Okay, so I think I'll just do maybe a faint suggestion of the core piece, and then some of the seeds. I feel like I've drawn this really big. I don't know if I should have done it this big. It's alright. This doesn't need to be like really precise exactly. It's just meant to be sort of inspired by Erolinia. The first time you saw a mango, it was it was a crazy experience, yeah. Well, that's a big part of the joy of like the tropical fruit, like just, you know, like so amazing, so different. Lots of them from anything that I'd ever seen before. It was like seeing some sort of like weird food out of like a sci-fi movie or a fantasy movie or something, because they're just so interesting looking. And blue, yeah, lots of these fruits just absolutely blew my mind. Such a good experience. Trying new fruit, trying exotic fruits. It's funny to think that some people might be like blown away by the fruits that we consider to be really mundane and common and boring. Because there's definitely plenty of fruits that don't grow in the tropics. You know, they need the cold weather. Lots of apples, cherries, kiwis, and I love cherries. Cherries are way up there with among my favorite fruits. And they need the chill hours, same as kiwi, and lots of apples and blueberries as well. So yeah, there are plenty of fruits that wouldn't grow in the tropics, which people, if you've like born and raised and lived in the tropics your whole life, might not have never seen or tried, potentially. which is sort of funny to think about. I like the opposite scenario. Ah, the black one. Oh, I don't know. I'll have to look that up too. I know there's a banana you have to either wait till it's completely ripe, otherwise it's most definitely cooked. That's just called plantain, but I don't know if that's the black variety that you were talking about. That might be something different. That'll probably do. I guess I'll leave the reference there till I get the color sorted out a little bit. Okay, let's fill it in. So got this section quite white. And that section's even more white, so. And then we've got the edge, which is kind of like a pale yellow colour here. And then a bit more of a darker yellow. I'm kind of just improvising this a little bit. And then the fruit itself is like green, yellowy green, maybe more yellow than that. That'll do. And then the stem is kind of a greyish green colour. Kind of like this. There's also lots of really good coconuts. Like I hadn't really, before I travelled to the tropics, you know, no surprise, I'd never had a coconut fresh off the tree before. So that was another new experience that was really fantastic. And there's so many different types of coconuts too. You live in a fairly tropical area. I see. Ah, but dry. You're like in the dry tropics. Oh, kiwi. You haven't seen kiwi fruit? I'll bring one up for you. Kiwi fruit. Double R, huh? Kiwi fruit. Yeah, this is what they look like. Brown fuzzy skin, and then the inside is like this. And they're like sweet and tangy taste. The best ones are the gold ones, in my opinion. They're much sweeter. Yeah, that's what they look like. This is also way up there. There's so many fruits I love so much, but we buy these all the time. They're a really, really fantastic fruit. It's like not that soft. It's like firm, slightly soft. You know, really nice and juicy, very sweet. Yeah. Oh, it's so funny to think that some people have never seen that fruit like in person. Ah, so interesting. I love talking about that kind of thing because yeah, it's just so interesting to me to think that something like a kiwi fruit, which to me is, you know, so usual. I've seen it my whole life. Yeah, to think that other people have never seen it. That's really cool. I love things like that. Really interesting. That's great. Yeah, there's we have dry tropics in Australia too. And yeah, you're right. Like any crops that are water really water heavy. I can't get this to line up very well. There we go. That'll do. Crops that are really water thirsty, yeah, you can't. The dry tropics is not the place for it. You got to go wet tropics for a lot of fruit, including durian. Which I think some people call the true tropics. I don't know. be a thing. But that kind of environment comes with its own challenges. Lots of snakes and insects and things like that. And tropical storms. Tropical storms are a whole nother thing. Very intense. Much different to anything we really have down here. Like, you know, flooding. They can have massive flooding. Cyclones and tornadoes and stuff. Probably more so cyclones. And then just, you know, thunder and lightning like you've just never seen. Well, I've never seen anyway. Storms in the tropics can be, yeah, they're like a whole nother beast. So we skedaddled before the wet season, which is really like, you know, it's kind of more like a monsoon season, to be honest. Because yeah, the flooding is quite intense. Dates common? Yeah, dates are a really common one in my area as well. Um, we get quite a few different types as well, because there's actually a group of people that started growing in, I believe, in the Northern Territory. So they're called like the Desert Fruit Company, and they grow several varieties. I'm not sure how many exactly. I just remember the name of the variety I liked the most, which was called like Bahi dates. They go really really soft inside. They're like so sweet. Like I can only kind of eat one, but they're really nice if you like blend them up into a drink. Yeah, no, I suppose speaking from the point of view of having been born and raised here, I think it's a really great country to visit. There's a lot of beautiful things to see. Obviously, we've got a really wide variety of like range of climates. So, you know, the southernmost point of the country, so down where I am in Victoria, so Melbourne, you know, we've got like cool temperate, and you go all the way up through, you know, the like arid areas. We've got desert, we've got subtropical, we've got like dry tropics, wet tropics. We've got, you know, such a range of climates. We've got lots of beautiful beaches. There's lots of interesting fruits. I mean, particularly up in the tropical areas. So yeah, no, I think it's a country well worth visiting if you've never been here before, for sure. Just gonna sip my tea real quick. Okay. In terms of dangerous animals, I I don't know. I've lived here my whole life. I've never really had. Maybe I've been lucky. I don't know. Maybe I'm just sensible. Maybe I'm lucky. Whatever it is, but I've never had a bad encounter with an animal. I've never been bitten by a snake. I've never had a bad spider bite, snake bite. I've never been like stung by anything in the ocean. I've never even really seen a dangerous shark, and I go snorkeling. So, um, yeah, you don't want to be silly. You want to be very careful, especially depending on where you go. Obviously, the more like further out into the like country or wilderness or whatever you go, you want to be just like more and more careful because there are dangers for sure. But I don't know if it's like as bad as maybe some people imagine um, Australia to be. So yeah, not definitely wouldn't be. Australia is huge. It takes depending obviously on how long you drive for and how fast you drive and which route you take, but it can take several days I think I'd say four days minimum to drive from the bottom to the top. Not non-stop, but driving all day. I think it would probably take about 4 days. Um, yeah, no joke. It's a big it's a big country, that's for sure. Um, yeah, so there's a lot to see. I mean, lots of it is arid. There's lots of arid areas and desert and stuff where um, great expanses of that. But then we've got forests and bushland and stuff like that as well. Um, it's sad to talk about, but unfortunately there has been lots of habitat destruction and species loss over the years. Continues to be a problem. But I think that's probably the case with many quote unquote developed countries. I personally don't think that destroying natural habitat is very developed at all, but had to sneeze. Maybe again. Okay, no, I think I'm okay. Yeah, so yeah, lots of habitat loss, species loss. Um, yeah, since the European settlers, I'm going to call them invaders. European invaders came here. Yeah, very very sad that side of things. Um, but there's still a lot of beauty to see. It's a beautiful alpine areas as well. But I believe there used to be like way more like there used to be mangroves and marshes down along the coast, and they're gone now. They've just been completely wiped out. They were just drained and filled in basically for like residential development and agricultural development as well, like putting friggin' cows everywhere. So you know. Oh, that's interesting. So from like you're like from a smaller island, so it kind of like freaks you out to go to somewhere that's so enormous. Yeah. One thing I'll say about Australia, well, the area I live in anyway, you don't really see mountains, not really. Can see some small, very small mountains sort of in the distance, like sometimes, but yeah, it's not very mountainous, not unless you like drive out, particularly to like one of the mountain ranges, like the Grampians or something like that. Um, yeah, and you certainly can't see the ocean. Not where I live anyway. Most of it you've got to drive down to the coast, so we're not super far. We're maybe how long to drive? Because it's quite a built-up area, it takes us probably almost an hour to get down to the beach, to the coastal area. I'd love to live closer to the beach, but if you know anything about Australia, you might know that cost of not just general cost of living, but also housing prices are insanely high, both to buy and to rent. So living near the coast isn't really an option, and coastal areas are probably the worst of the worst in terms of how expensive they are. So that's a real shame. I'd love to live near the ocean, but it's not really an option for the sake of affordability. Large areas of forests. Oh yeah, nothing left. Yeah, yeah. That's why it doesn't rain. That'll be exactly why it doesn't rain anymore. It's an unfortunate thing that so many people don't seem to understand the cycles of, the rain cycle is affected by the shape of the land, the vegetation on the land, like it's all completely interconnected. And when you start wiping out really large areas, so let's take the Amazon rainforest as an example, The largest, I believe it's the largest forest in the world, rainforest in the world, or at least it once was. Probably still is. If anyone thinks that clear cutting a forest that enormous, I mean, you can't. It's hard to even imagine the scale. It's probably larger than my entire country, the entire country of Australia. Probably. I'm not looking up stats or anything, but I'm just trying to. If you think clearing a rainforest that big is not going to have climatic effects, not just on that country, but probably the entire planet, you're just kidding yourself. Like you're in some sort of dream, or you're just in denial, or you don't care, basically. But um, yeah, clearing all the forests and leveling leveling out the lands and filling in swamps and marshes and mangroves, all those sorts of actions are gonna absolutely, no doubt, affect the the rain cycle, um, and also wind, for instance, as well, because forests are fantastic wind buffs. They break up the land and stop winds from building up as much. And yeah, it's you got to think on a much larger scale. It's not just um, the state you live in or even the country that you live in. You've got to think a bit more like globally. These massive, crucial, vital ecosystems are just essential to all life and everywhere all around the globe. So yeah, I'm I the changes to climate are really no surprise to me. The fact that it's getting hotter and drier and windier and more volatile and more dangerous storms and flooding where it never used to flood and fires where there never used to be fires. And I mean, what do you honestly expect when you change the landscape so drastically? Um, yeah, I mean, honestly, what do you think's going to happen? Of course that's going to happen. No surprise to anybody. There's going to be mass extinctions. The vegetation of the planet, forests in particular, are like the regulators of temperature, moisture, wind, etc. So take them out, and well, everything's going to go mad. Lack of trees is that the terrain changes more. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. They slow down they catch the rain, they they pick up the water, the roots stabilize the ground, and with the roots gone, you get massive erosion, or you get massive runoff, and you get stuff, washing off of the land into rivers and oceans, that shouldn't be. You lose all the topsoil. You have, hillsides just completely sliding off, because like you said, there's no longer that rhizome layer, the root layer, to hold everything together, stabilize things. So the effects just go on and on and on and on. Like a tree, I think a single tree. I hope I'm not offending anyone by saying this, but it's the average tree probably does more good for the world than the average person. I'm sorry to have to say. They filter the air, they stabilize the ground, they provide food and habitat and shelter and stabilize the climate. Not like maybe not a single tree, but you know what I'm saying. Collectively, they provide such a massive function that they're invaluable. A tree is absolutely invaluable, and we just cut the things down without a second thought. Anyway, I've actually got an artwork that has been in the back of my mind for a really long time, and it's currently just in a loose sketch stage because I'm not sure how I want to proceed. I'm sort of thinking I might do a digital version and potentially a traditional like painted version as well, but it's basically just like a really nice picture of a tree and then like all the different functions that trees perform, but lots of people might never think about. And I must have written dozens, and I want to do that like as a poster. I think that would be really nice. I would love to bring more awareness to people of just about how uh, important, vital, just yeah, trees are just overlooked. I think it's just not understood. The average person, I feel like, maybe just doesn't care enough. I'm not sure. Whatever it is, there needs to be more education around that sort of thing, I think. Yeah, I thought it was a good idea. We'll just maybe I'll start working on that next week. I'll note that one down. Um, yeah, start working on that in a stream next week, because it's obviously for me today. It is Friday, so I tend to take a break over the weekend. Just quickly replying to a message. Doot, 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 doot. Yeah. So yeah, being Friday, it's sort of like the end of the week. I don't think I'll be streaming over the weekend. I tend to spend time with my girlfriend over the weekend, and I don't tend to really do much art, admittedly, most of the time. But yeah, she's actually going to be away for a little while. I think I mentioned earlier. So um, next week, from I think Thursday onwards, I I might be able to do some streaming at some different times as well, and possibly a little bit over the weekend without, overdoing it and um, pushing myself too far or anything, within reason. But I can probably do a little bit of extra streaming, maybe at some different times as well. So this one was Earlinia. That'll help me remember the name better. Alright, let's do a quick save. And I've been talking an awful lot, so it's already 11 o'clock. But that's okay. That's okay. Even if I only just do this one today. And I'll keep going. Like maybe I'll take lunch and then do the speed paint after that, because I'm trying to be really committed with doing my daily speed paint. So see how we go. Where do I want to put this? I feel like it kind of fits okay here. I did draw it quite big, didn't I? Quite large. That's okay. Alright. Next thing that I should put in here. I've got to think of... Oh, that is not the right brush at all. Didn't I name this? Paint, I guess I'll just call it. There we go. Okay. Evolve into an owl. Yeah. I mean, who knows? All of humanity might have to do that, hey? We might have to become nocturnal because the days will be so hot and that no one can bear to be outside. Well, the climate's probably going to become more extreme in both directions in terms of like hotter temperatures and colder temperatures. So, and then probably like more severe storms, like more intense weather events, which are already kind of starting to, it seems to already be happening. We don't have that long of a recorded history, at least not in this country anyway, because obviously everything that went down with the Indigenous Australian people, I think a lot of history and culture is gone. So I'm not sure that we know necessarily, what the weather was like over a very long span of time. The colonizers the invaders have only been here 230 odd years, and that's sort of the record we have. So, um, but in my lifetime at least, I can say that things seem different. Hotter, drier, more intense. Yeah, seeing animals struggle and suffer a lot more. I've seen, you know, massive areas that used to be uh, like bushy, like treed areas, even just in suburbs, you know, just like completely clear cut, filled with houses, you know, areas that were once like quite green, quite nice. You know, not much green left, it's all just houses. So yeah, nothing's really spared. There's no protection on these green patches. They're just sold and cleared and filled with concrete. So yeah, I've seen that over the course of my life plenty. Even on a smaller scale, I think it's still relevant and impactful. So yeah, sad thing to observe. It really breaks my heart, like to think about it and to just see it happening. So yeah, as a species, I don't think we're very wise at all. Um, so we're taking things in a pretty terrible direction that's not going to be good for any people or animals or plants. So we should be being a lot more careful. Probably start talking about implementing some action to what's the word, like mitigate the damage we're doing, like take things in a more positive direction. You know, protect what we have left. Stop stop friggin' clear cutting. You know, we shouldn't be cutting down trees anymore, I don't think. Unless it's like a very controlled, sort of like a growth plantation sort of scenario. But we absolutely should not be clear cutting any native plants, any existing bushland or forest or anything like that. There needs to be restrictions on fishing because, my goodness, we are absolutely killing the ocean, etc., etc. I'm going to drink some more tea. Alright. Yeah, but the sad thing about all of that is, basically, unfortunately, the overwhelming uh, attitude is that if it doesn't result in profit, what in the world is that noise? Oh, you all can probably hear that through my headset. It's insane. I think it's a street sweep. Street sweeping truck. Anyway, yeah, no, I think the overwhelming majority of like the mentality in this country is if it doesn't result in profit, they don't care. You know? You see a lot of urbanization and it makes you angry. Yeah, me too. And tourism, yeah. Hotels and abandon them. Mhm. It's good that they're considering nature more in your area now. They've eliminated more than 80% of the forest. Yeah. No one does anything. Yeah. Well, that's exactly it, you know. The Unfortunately, humans, they have uh, overwhelmingly, I think, because I can't say everybody, like I would say I would not put profit above nature ever, but you know the overwhelming mentality, especially in a capitalist, money-driven society, is that profit comes first, and if a thing does not result in profit, then it doesn't matter, you know, like they're not thinking of the long-term effects, you know, they're not thinking 50 years down the track. They don't care. They just want to make as much money as they can, as quickly as they can, by any means, like now, in their lifetime. Um, and then, yeah, the rest be damned kind of thing, you know? Um, yeah, and I wish it wasn't that way. I really do. I really wish people would understand that, you know, aside from nature being beautiful, it is necessary. It's extremely necessary. Like, the well-being of you and everybody you care about um, is very much intrinsically tied to the well-being of the planet that we need to live, you know? Like, but it still doesn't seem to be getting through, you know? There's still deforestation happening. There's still, I'm pretty sure that a group were given permission by our government recently to do blasting on the western coast, so in the waters on the western coast of the country, looking for I think it's like natural gas, I believe is what they're looking for. And the area that they're doing the blasting in, so you know, explosions, bombs, blah blah blah, it's whale habitat. It's they're gonna be doing seismic blasting in whale habitat. And as far as I know, that was recently approved by the government. Like, it to me, it's madness. It doesn't seem to end. Like, we know the bad effect, the negative flow-on effects of causing damage to the natural world. We're already starting to see it, although plenty of people deny it, mind you, or just have their heads in the sand, buried in the sand. But yeah, that's just madness. In this day and age, they're using explosives in this pristine ocean environment where there are whale. It's like whale territory. It'll get to the point that the only way to see animals is in a zoo. Yeah, it's going to get to a point where we've made the climate quite unlivable on this planet, unfortunately. Um, yeah, the weather is just going to be too inconsistent, too hot or too cold or both. The storms will be too intense. It's like, you know, we're going to make life really unlivable, not just for plants and animals, but of course for ourselves, you know. It's going to be bad. I don't know how much longer, you know, until we reach a bit of a tipping point and things just really start to like, they're already snowballing, it seems like, but there's going to be a point where that snowball just runs off the side of a hill, and it's just, things are going to, I think, just go bad very quickly. Um, that's sort of what I'm anticipating. That's the way I see things going, because the things are not changing or improving anywhere near quickly enough. Attitudes are not shifting quickly enough. You've still got so many people that deny that there's been any change to the climate whatsoever. Um, yeah, people that still just want to continue clear cutting forests, you know, exploding stuff in the ocean, you know, it doesn't ever seem to end. So unfortunately, yeah, I don't think see things going in a very positive direction. I know there's lots of good happening. I know that there are good people out there working really hard, trying to protect forests, replant forests, protect species. You know, I know that there's a lot of good people in the world doing good things, working really hard, but it's not enough. You know, everybody has to be on board. The vast majority has to be on board and working together. The Earth is flat. Yeah. People they'll just keep denying stuff as long as um anything that will continue to, it's like an excuse to continue their way of life. You know, they don't want to change, they don't want to make sacrifices. Um, so yeah, they seem to just be happy to deny. Um, yep, deny and carry on. It's going to get to a point where, you know, we're not going to be able to ignore it anymore, but apparently we're not at that point yet. We'll see. See how the future goes. Where the future leads. I'm worried for the... I'm definitely worried for the way that it's going. But you know, still try to stay positive while, you know, hearing all this sad news about, yeah, you know, things being cut down and habitats being damaged or destroyed or, yeah, whatever else. So, do as much as I can, which is not... I could definitely be doing more. We all could be doing more, right? Well, hopefully enough people start seeing sense and demanding change. That's what I really hope for. Alright, getting close. Yawns and stretches. My aim now my aim now is to finish this by lunchtime. So I've got one more hour, just shy of an hour. So I'm trying to think of like another item or object related to adventuring, traveling, spelunking. Maybe some sort of treasure or gemstone. I know it's a bit cliched. Done a lot. My mind's not giving me too much else at the minute, so I might just do a quick gemstone just so that I sort of keep moving, keep making progress on this. Oh, I think that street sweep's coming back. Let's just make this gem whatever shape fits in this kind of spot. It's kind of huge. I don't really want to do it that big. It's more like a geode, perhaps. Somebody's geode treasure. I love geodes, and I love thunder eggs, and all kinds of gemstones. I have quite a few. Not too many, but a decent. How do I want to split the face of this thing? Like this, kind of? Yeah, that works. That'll do. I think. It's not like the best. I'd like to get a couple more little bits. Yeah, maybe like that, and maybe that's a bit better. Man, people will deny anything, won't they? When you think about it, if there's people out there foolish enough to argue that the planet we live on is flat, you know there's people out there foolish enough to argue just about anything, no matter how plain it is in front of them. And even if, 90% of other people believe and know the truth to be something else, yeah, nah, they're still gonna argue. I'm just wondering about sticking that. Oh yeah, right. Nope, don't need that. I need this one. Let's close this one. Yeah, I'm just wondering about adding this into the texture onto the linear. Looks good. Delete. select. Oh, my neck. Yeah, a little bit on there I think works. Maybe like 20%. 20% is good. Alright, let's continue on with this gemstone. This should be a very quick one. And it's going to be, the color of the gemstone will be blue? Blue-green. Let's go with that blue-green that I was kind of like wanting to do before. So like this is the base color. And then we will, okay, I've come up with an idea. Yep, new layer. We're gonna do like some sort of like glowing aura inside. Something like this. You've seen everything from people trying to put out lava from a volcano with a bucket. Say that people who say it doesn't work are lying. Yeah, like people will deny anything. I don't understand it. I really don't. I don't know if they believe it. Do they really believe it? Or, I don't know. It must come from fear, right? The reason that they're having such a hard denial must be because they're afraid. That's the only way I can sort of like think or try to understand that a person would have such hard denial about something. And that street sweep is back. It's back again. Alright, let's put these two. Yeah, burn or hard light maybe? Oof, I don't know which one I like better. Burn. Burn is more subtle. Hard light. Yeah, I think burn. More subtle. You remember being there and you didn't know how to act with a volcano. Yeah, what is anyone going to do against a volcano? Hey. That's the force of nature. Just watch your house burn. Yeah, exactly. Well, it's very much the same with the intensity of the bushfires, which can happen here. There's nothing you can do about it. That's it. You're powerless. There's no way to stop lava, and there's no way to stop a bushfire that is spanning hundreds of acres and burning at like friggin', I don't know how hot the fires got. Something like melted metal. So I think it was like a 2,000, 2,500 degrees inside the fire. At time, like, yeah, there's nothing to do against that. All you can do is just watch things burn down. And like it's the same with flooding, or like a tsunami. There's no way to stop it. You're at the fate and the mercy of nature at that point. All you can do is run, or try to run. Stand back, save your own life, and watch things get burned or washed away or whatever else, ripped up by like a cyclone. Or, yeah, earthquake. I mean, natural, as disasters as we call them, but like intense natural weather phenomenon has always been a thing and probably will always be a thing. But yeah, there's nothing you can do about it. No. That's something that we're we're at the mercy of as little human beings. Even with all our technology and everything, there's still certain things. Hey, Chi, do you want to come have your brekkie? There's still certain things that we're completely at the mercy of, and a volcano is a very, very good example of that. Ain't no one got a chance against a volcano. It's over before it even began. Most impressive thing about the eruption is there was only one house that didn't burn. The lava just went around it like some kind of miracle. Yeah. Yeah. That's what happens. Exact same with I'm seeing a lot of parallels between your experience with the volcano where you live and the really big bushfires that happened here. It was about 8 years ago approximately. It just went around some houses. Some houses didn't burn down. You know, like this fire was hot enough to melt cars. You know, that's like melt the metal of cars, and like metal beams inside buildings is just melted. But some houses didn't were somehow it didn't go there. It didn't touch them, and they were fine. Not many, mind you, but it did happen. So yeah, lots of parallels in that regard as to how random it can be, how unstoppable and how random. Yeah. Let's turn this one and this one off and get some different colours happening here. It's pretty wild, isn't it? Be good in life and it will be returned to you. Well, yeah. That face. Honestly, you really never know what's going to happen, hey? Never know. Okay, we've done that, so let's turn these ones back on and let's put these as like soft light. Nope. Gonna have to see if we can find a... Whoa, now, that just makes it glow crazy. It's kind of cool. Maybe we can adjust the color underneath to be more back like how it was. Let's try. No, not that one. I mean, whether it's returned to you or not, I suppose it's still good to just to try to do your best in life, hey? What else can we do? Sister Clarice, nice. Hey Subversive, how are you? I'm good. Someone's mashing the heart button, so I'm gonna get in on it too. I'm gonna do some mashing. Yeah. I'm good. All's going well. Been having wonderful conversations with Leonidas here. Kept me company all morning. Very grateful. Rannan, is that Rannan like my friend Rannan? Is that you? Cause like, what are the odds of someone else having that? More people now, yeah. A couple more people have jumped in. Is that Rhiannon like my... I don't know if the heart was working. Yeah, no, it totally was. I can see it. It's great. I love the heart emoji thingy. I love... Hey, hey! It's my friend Rhiannon. Hey! Hello. Thanks for coming to say hi. That's awesome. Oh, I'm like shy now. Someone I know in the real life. In the real life is here. Thanks for coming to say hi. What have you been getting up to? And you too, Subversive. What have you been up to? You're good? Everyone's good? Awesome. I'm good too. I'm having a great day. I've had company for most of the morning. Been having lots of really good conversations. quite a range of topics as well. It's been really good. That would be why that's not working. Thanks for complimenting my drawings, Rhiannon. That's very nice of you. I'm running on the adventuring, spelunking, monster hunting kind of a theme for this page. But I've been chatting away so much that which is lovely. I think that's the point of the stream, is to get in plenty of chatting, plenty of conversations, even if the art moves at a nice leisurely pace. There's no problem with that at all. You're having a YouTube break. Awesome. Are you at work at the moment? At home or at work? Having a YouTube break? There's nothing wrong with that. That's a good plan. Well, it's very, very good of you to jump in and say hi. So grateful, and kind of like it's made me like 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 excited like a little child. It's like, oh, my friend is here. I consider all of you guys friends, by the way. And I've known Rhiannon and I went to university together and studied animation. Oh, that looks cool. Yeah, we studied animation together lots of years ago. I think 2007 to 2009 is when we did our course, I believe. So yeah, we've known each other for quite some years. Hello, let's see if I can say your name. Tinafamo? Tinafamo. Well, hello to you. Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the stream. Lovely to hear from you. Welcome, welcome. I don't know which I prefer. I think I kind of like it like this. I'm going to leave it like that. That was just a bit of a happy accident. But it's staying. And I'm going to make these a little bit lighter. Maybe like 90, 85? 85 seems about right. There we go. Leonidas, are you getting... Sleepy Brutal is awesome. Leo, is that you? Hi. Has someone come in that knows you, Leonidas? Thank you, Rhiannon. Thank you. It's very sweet. You're gonna make me so shy. I'm probably blushing so badly right now. We should definitely catch up sometime soon. You guys should come around for dinner. That would be awesome. Or we could come see your new place. This is Magic Gem. It is someone you know. Hey, that's cool. We're getting all the familiar people in today. That's awesome. This is great. It's probably the most active the chat's possibly ever been. That's great. I'll oh, thanks very much. I'm sorry if I'm saying your name wrong. Tinafamo. I'm just like saying it how it's written. I'm really sorry if that's like the worst and most incorrect pronunciation of your username. Uh, but thank you so much. You're just wandering around YouTube and you stumbled in here. Well, that's awesome. I'm glad people are just stumbling across my stream and jumping on in. That's great. And you knew someone else that was in here. That's pretty cool. Don't know what the odds are, but it's pretty good. Yeah, thanks very much for everyone being here. All of you, everyone is welcome all the time. Oh, that's awesome. It's an Aboriginal name. That's so cool. I'm so sorry that I don't know how to pronounce it correctly, but it's a lovely name. Thanks for jumping in and saying hi. I really appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, absolutely everyone's welcome all the time. The more the merrier, I think. I'm happy to chat to anyone about anything. It's been a really great day, really great morning. I'm now messing around with the idea of just adding some random sparkle things around. I'll see what it looks like. And thanks everybody for the kindness. Yeah, I'm gonna do it a different way. Thanks everyone for the kindness towards my illustrations as well. Um, it's really nice to be able to sort of share it with people, you know, live on the spot as I'm kind of doing it. It's been a really great experience live streaming. Found it very positive. Determined to have these like little sparkle things around all over the place. I just don't know how I want to do it yet. Oh, there was just like a dinging noise. What was that about? Strange dinging noise that I've never heard before. I only have one monitor. I'm very sorry, everybody. So when I jump around, I think I need to try to get my hands on like a second hand. Oh, it looked like it was maybe a subscription, perhaps? Thank you, if that's the case. Thank you so much. Very, very welcome to be here. And come back anytime you like. Stay as long as you like and come back anytime you like. I think the best way to handle this is just to draw it by hand. Like this. This is kind of more the shapes that I want to... Maybe I can make a brush for it. That would probably be a sensible idea. For some reason I'm really terrible at drawing this shape. It always ends up like really uneven. Yeah, just want to add some of those little random sparkles around. I'll probably have this as like a printout, just like adventure items page kind of a thing. And I think I'll change the background color as well. This is all, I still have to fill this space. I'm not quite done yet. I don't know what color in the background I want to use. Let's have a look. We can always jump the color around and maybe this, but less saturated perhaps. And maybe I get that that paper texture over the background as well. I'm sort of getting a bit ahead of myself here because I haven't finished filling the page yet. Dino Crocodile, the program. Oh, you don't know this one, Rannon. It's kind of, yeah, some sort of dinosaur creature, crocodile creature. It's not necessarily based on anything real, but loosely crocodile, dragon, something like that. And yes, the software is called FireAlpaca. It is completely open source software, so completely free, which is the way I like it. And it's by a Japanese team of developers. I think I've been using it for around about 6 years, and they're constantly adding to it and improving it, even now. So it's my favorite. It's certainly my favorite for illustration, cartoony, comic-y. They have another program which is sort of more dedicated to doing like manga and comic sort of things, and that's called Medibang. Um, but yeah, this one this one has been my favorite for a solid 6 years now. Absolutely love FireAlpaca. Yeah, highly recommend. Very, very good software. The best that I know of, and I've tried pretty much all of them. All right, I've got to think of maybe one or two more items that fit the theme of adventuring, monster hunting, like fantasy-ish kind of theme to just like fill up this last space. Either one or two more things. I just gotta think of something. What should it be? Another type of weapon, or I don't know, armored gloves maybe? I feel like the face of this dude needs to be a little bit stronger. Where is he? Treasure guard, that's him. Cancel. What did I just do? There we go. Where's his little face? Honestly, where's his face? Little dude. I feel like I've checked every single layer. There it is. Okay. One more maybe. Make it a bit stronger. I can hear Gigi tip-tapping around in the background now that she's had her breakfast. Yes, I hear you, puppy. She wants to go for a WALK, but she's just gonna have to wait a tiny bit longer till my lunch break. Haha, you guys can have a catch up. That's awesome. So good. Okay, come on, brain. Give me some ideas. Oh, the other thing I was going to actually do on the gem as well was a little bit of a glowing kind of effect. Oh, that's changed the effect of it. Okay, well, let's not do that. Let's instead make another folder, put this inside, change this one to pass through. Yeah, that works. Cool. Now I'm going to add a little bit of a glow effect. Oh, Gigi. She's really demanding some attention now. She's even starting to bark. Oh no. Yeah, something like that. Did I put that to dodge? I did. I'm not sure if it's necessary. Let me just zoom back out. I don't know. Kind of like it without it for now, so I'll leave it. Let's carry on. I love that these guys are having such a good catch up. Hi, Gigi. I better just say quickly say hello to her. Hi, you're a good girl for having your breakfast. Good girl. She gets really antsy after she eats, and she thinks she deserves treats and strolls. I just have to give her a little bit of a pat. I'll take her out on my lunch break. And today I'm going to be, I'm going to stream a little bit extra today. So I'll leave it all running while I take my lunch break, and then I'll come back and do some digital speed painting after that. So it'll be a bit of an extended stream today. Sorry, Gigi, have to wait, okay? Go wait over there. I'm sorry, doggy. I got things going on right now. Okay. Come on, brain. What do we want to do? We've done food, drink, potion, you know, first aid, if you can really count band-aids as first aid. Alright, catch you next time. Thanks for coming in and saying hi. I appreciate it. Yeah, definitely see you next time, hopefully. Bye-bye. Well, that was awesome. Had a nice big group of people come in. Let's just call this magic gem again. Save. Farewell. Thanks for the visit. Farewell for now. Bye-bye. Alright, maybe... Ah yes, it was a subscription notification. Awesome. I think that's maybe the first time I've seen the notification go off, or heard it at least. It's awesome. That was fun. Now I definitely have to catch up with with Rhiannon. I'm not sure if Rhiannon's still in the chat or had to go back to work. But yeah, definitely have to have a real life catch up for some dinner or something. There's a really good gelati place not far from our house that we can go to as well. Oh, pardon me, everyone. I got the yawns all day, every day. Let's see, adventure. Let's say game items. Let's say fantasy adventure. Fantasy adventure. Yeah, I have to say that having the live stream going, so motivating. So yeah, so fantastic. Oh, a pouch of coins. That would be a pretty good one. We've got like a scroll of paper. I know lots of what I've already done is already very classic or cliche to the fantasy adventure genre. A tent. I love tents. There's just certain things that I love the visual imagery of. The visual, I don't know if it's the imagery or the structure or whatever what it is. Here you go, she's getting demanding. You can hear her barking in the background. Oh, Gigi. Yes. Lanterns. I could squeeze a little tent up into that space, but I feel like it doesn't make sense for it to be that small. I do like the idea of a pouch with coins in it. What else? You've had the intention of finishing, but you can't if a dog sleeps on the table. Oh, cat. Yes. Yes. I'm guessing a cat would be more likely to sleep on a table. Yes, I understand your pain. Sometimes Gigi takes up a lot of time and attention. Similar for a cat, I suppose. They kind of just... they just need attention, or they take up the space you need sometimes. So you have a cat. You have a cat, I see. Here we go. Here are some more sort of like, I actually can't tell what these things are. Books. A book is another really good one. Maybe I do a coin purse. She acts like a cat. So you have a dog that acts like a cat. Is that what you got going on? Is that your situation? Haha, that's great. So many cons. Sorry. Yeah, I'm personally much more of a dog person than a cat person. Let's see if I can squish both of these things in here. Money pouch and some kind of raggedy looking book. You have a cat. Where the cat barks and the dog climbs on the furniture. Amazing. Whole zoo. Well, when I was growing up, we had a lot of animals as well. I mean, I'm talking several dogs, cats. We've had rats, rabbits, horses. I had a pet python, so a snake, growing up. We've had a whole menagerie. I feel like it's a bit of a common thing in this country. Pets are a big thing. One of my best mates has a rabbit. Actually, Rhiannon, who may have had to return back to work by now. Rhiannon has frogs as pets, so green tree frogs. They're very cool. Oh, we've also had like a blue tongue at one point, a blue tongue lizard. I hope I'm not forgetting everybody. We've had fish, various kinds of fish. Yeah, all sorts of cool stuff. Yeah, Rhiannon has frogs, so you keep them inside a large aquarium. You know, similar like you would with fish, really. Um, yeah, just keep it nice and moist inside, some plants and logs and whatever else. Very easy pets to have, I think. Although I hear that they can be a bit, like if the conditions change suddenly, they can like pass away from that. Um, but yeah, I believe Rannon's had her frogs for a really long time. Like I think they're years and years old now. Many years old. So I'm rethinking the shape of this thing that I'm drawing right now. Yeah, Rannon's a really interesting person. Like all my friends. We're all very a unique bunch of pretty unique bunches of people. Unusual pets, unusual interests. But that makes things a lot more fun, I think. Doing the design of this is interesting. I'm getting somewhere without using any references here. I'm slowly figuring out how I want to do this. And I can't wait to tell Candace, my partner Candace, that Renan jumped on and said hi. That'll probably make her day as well, honestly. We don't see we don't see each other enough. Let's go like this and like this. And then let's make the bottom kind of like lumpy. Wow, my belly's really on the rumble now. Must be getting close to lunchtime, huh? Can't believe you're still up, Leonidas. Like, it must be crazy late where you are, since you said you had dinner at midnight. You've had lizards? Oh, that's lovely. You've never seen people with frogs? Yeah, I think it's not too uncommon in Australia. I mean, it's not common, but I think it's not crazy rare. I'm trying to think if Rannon's the only person I know that has pet frogs. I think that they might actually be the only person I know that actually has frogs as a pet. Um, but yeah, I suppose just not something I consider too unusual, just because reptiles are reptiles, amphibians, those sorts of animals are not such an uncommon pet in Australia. Reptiles like pythons and lizards in particular are quite popular. Yeah, I'd have to ask Rhiannon like how big the frog scene is, like if they know anyone else with with pet frogs or not. Never asked. Oof, I can't get these lines right now. Midnight dinner is the best. Oh man, I can't stay up that late, so I'll take your word on that one. 2 a.m. You have a limit. Yep, yep. I have a limit too. And you'll probably laugh because I try to eat dinner like 5 p.m., 6 p.m. I try to have dinner, and I go to bed at usually 9 p.m. So I guess I have to be grateful for you guys all staying up so late because it means I get to talk to you. But I always have very early mornings. What kind of lizards do you have? It's probably a type that I've never heard of. Um, but it's amazing that you have some. That's great. I feel like the so far the stream, like the channel, has attracted quite a few like animal enthusiast sort of people, which is suits me perfectly because that's pretty much where my interests lie, with animals and nature and things like that. Perfect. No worries, thank you. Thanks for checking for me. I'm curious to know, even if you tell me the English name, I might not be familiar, but I can look them up. What is this part? Yeah, here. Not really happy with this. I gotta fix it. Okay, let's make this a bit better. Alright. Sometimes you just gotta take a little bit of a breath when you're trying to get a line to work. Just take a breath. Take it slow. Get the line to work. There we go. I've got the main structure. I guess you won't really like see the coins inside. Um, Maybe I can just put one on the outside to suggest that that's what's in there, like a one thing resting on the outside like this. And I might do it like a Japanese coin, has the hole in the middle. I forget which ones it is, like Goyen maybe, like the 5. The scientific name is Galatea Stellini. I think Gran Canaria giant lizard. So cute. I bet. I'll look up Galatea Stellini or Stellini, however you pronounce it correctly. Galatea. Alright, I'll try to remember. Let's do a search, shall we? Galatea Stellini. Aww. So cute. What a cute dude. Yes, you're right. Gran Canaria giant lizard. Let's have a look. Doesn't look like there's much information about them. Species of lizard in the family Lacertidae. Species found on the Canary Islands. A total length of 80 centimeters. That's a decent sized lizard. That's quite a big lizard. Among the largest reptiles within that family. Greys, browns, reddish hues. The males have sizable jowls. That's so good. They're true omnivore. So they eat invertebrates, vegetation, soft fruits. And as they mature, their diet largely consists of plant matter. So the male has this like, ah, a little baby. Look how cute. Like a tiny little dinosaur. This one looks like it's shedding its skin a tiny little bit. These nice long back toes. Aw, they're gorgeous. I've never seen them before and now I love them. What a beautiful creature. I love lizards. I would absolutely have one of those as a companion. Is that the real color of one? If that's the real color of like, I would, my guess not knowing. Is that one? Maybe that's a different type of lizard. But that's amazing. They're extinct in the wild. They don't exist in the wild anymore. That's horrible. Ah, the deep sigh of heartbreak. They're so beautiful. This dude having a yawn. This little podgy dude. What a beautiful creature. The small ones are the females, yeah. As is often the case in the animal world. What a beautiful lizard. Yeah, I definitely don't understand people that don't like reptiles or are like creeped out by reptiles. I just find them so cute. So cute and so fascinating. So interesting. They're in the wild. Oh, there was a larger variety, I see. Yep, yep. Yeah, it seems to be that archipelagos tend to to have lots of lizards for some reason, for whatever reason. I suppose it must be the climate. Must be just sort of really ideal for lizards. It's not the best, is it? Let's just get rid of that. Yeah. And I'm going to turn this texture off for now. I mean, technically Australia is just a giant island, so, and we have lots of lizards as well. Don't remember how big it was. 1 meter, yeah. Well, one of the ones I read about on there, it said 80 centimeters, which is pretty close to a meter. Or more. Okay, yep. Yeah, it's always so heartbreaking to hear when things, when animals become extinct. It's just, I hate it. It's just so heartbreaking. It's just the saddest thing. Especially when it's because of like inconsiderate, like selfish human behavior that's caused the loss of an entire species. And I think we've had a lot in Australia. I think we have among the highest like species loss of any country, unfortunately. I can look it up quickly, although it's just a terrible thing to look at. Species lost in Australia. Apparently 100 is the rough estimate. Australian endemic species are listed as extinct or extinct in the wild. Since the nation's colonization by Europeans in 1788, the list includes 38 plants, 34 mammals, 10 invertebrates, 9 birds, 4 frogs, 3 reptiles, 1 fish, and a protist. I'm not sure what a protist is. So lots and lots of plants and animals lost from this country. Eukaryotic organism, so it's not an animal or a plant or a fungus, so it's like a bacteria or a simple organism kind of thing. Alright, I'll read about that later. Wow. You're thinking of getting giant lizards to try to help in their conservation. Those are not free in the wild anymore because of cats. Oh my gosh, how much damage have cats done? Oh, yeah, don't get me started on that topic. Cats are a plague. A plague on this country. If someone said there'd never be another cat in this country ever again, I would not put up a fight about that. They just kill everything. And people don't, they're not responsible enough when it comes to keeping the cat inside, getting cats desexed. I'm imagining there's similar problems all around the world with cats, but yeah, lots of the small native mammals and birds have been wiped out by introduced foxes and cats. Big, 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 big problem in this country. Okay, it's a bit better. Alright, let's do the colour on this coin purse thingy. Sort of, I don't want to do it like the classic like leather colour. I kind of want to do it a bit more of an interesting colour. indicates cats are dangerous to everything. They will literally, if they can catch it, they will catch it and they will kill it. That's yeah. They're a very, very, very dangerous animal. They should never have been moved out of their natural range. I was just drinking a bit of tea. Yeah. Or, I mean, I don't know how humans have been so lax in so many regards when it comes to not, taking care and responsibility when it comes to like moving plants and animals around. I know it's a lot more regulated nowadays, but an animal, like, surely we understood the nature of cats, but that it is that they hunt things and kill things. So bringing them to any country where there's smaller animals that they can kill and just letting them go nuts, just go where they want and do what they want, letting their populations grow out of control. Big mistake. Oh yeah, I was trying to decide about a color of this. Maybe I'll go purple. Purple is what came to mind, so let's give it a go. Yeah, I would love for all cats to just be gone out of this country. If it could just happen overnight. All cats gone. Woof. Like magic. I wouldn't argue about it. Maybe except for the few rare exceptions of people that actually are responsible cat owners. But I don't think there's many. I really don't think there's many. So, if Rhiannon was here, she'd probably be in agreement with that. I think she really doesn't like cats either. Although I suppose it's not. Yeah, you can't blame the cat itself. It's people. People's irresponsible behaviours that really cause the problem. How do I want to do? I think what I want to do is get a yeah, I think I'm gonna do a multiply layer instead, and I'm going to do a gradient fill on this to create a bit of a downways running shadow, and I'll just use whatever colour I'm gonna use for the shadows, which will be, I guess, like a warmish blue. Do 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 do. I actually don't mind that glow coming from inside, and I think I might do a radial one instead of a linear one. Okay, that seems the wrong way around. And that also seems the wrong way around. Okay, how do I do this? Repeat, reflect. I don't know. Doesn't seem to want to work. Let me think. If I do this a few times, I'll understand what I'm doing wrong. That's a bit better. Is it though? I don't know. Okay, so that's the center of the circle up there. Let's just turn that onto multiply and see if it looks right. Yeah, maybe. Oh, you even have Snake Summon released. Oh no. Oh my gosh. Yeah, the bear with me a sec. I just quickly got to reply to a message. I didn't listen yet. Still live streaming. Coast. Yes, we've had lots of animals introduced, and people irresponsibly just getting rid of them. Goldfish is a bit of a problem here. People get rid of their goldfish that they have as pets, but they just like release them into waterways, and then they grow enormous, and then we end up with gigantic, gigantic goldfish, out competing all the native fish species in rivers and creeks and waterways and things like that. Foxes, rabbits, wild pigs, cats, they're all, yeah, really terrible. I mean, even um, the animals like that were introduced for agriculture, like cows and sheep and things like that, um, are extremely bad for the landscape. The Australian landscape is there's no there was never any naturally occurring large, um, large, heavy, hard-footed animals like that have hooves, um, or like hard, like cleft feet, like sheep, goats, cows, things like that. There was no animals like that, and yeah, they're quite destructive on the landscape, especially in the numbers that we've brought them in. I think there are more cows in this country than people. I'm pretty sure that's a statistic I read not that long ago. I'm just gonna leave that, I think. So yeah, they're not good for the environment either. But people generally don't want to talk about that. Damn, I lost my blue. Oh well, it's okay. I'll just approximate what it was. Yep. We're Australians, I'm not including myself among that, but many Australians are very big in the agriculture. Oh, you're talking about the goldfish. Yep. It's pretty crazy. It's true. They just don't think. They don't think about the flow-on effects, the consequences. I'm sure we've all done something silly in our life that wasn't a good choice, but yeah, releasing animals like that in particular, just like go out into the landscape, into the landscape, not thinking, not thinking about how bad it could be, turning into giant bloody fish. I guess we're just doing a linear one after all. Oh no, I did it on the wrong layer, didn't I? Yeah. Whoops. That's okay. There we go, that'll do. Well, my lunch alarm has gone off. So I better do something about that soon. There is a blur in here, I'm sure of it. Did I move it up? Yeah, I did. Cool. Handy. I definitely feel like we put the colours of these now that I've put a little bit of shading in. I need to get this coin making a bit more sense. Let's make the tie a more interesting color. Let's make the tie um like yellow? Question mark. Let's see what it looks like. Yeah, maybe a bit, tiny bit bright, but okay, that's like way darker than this needs to go. Like maybe like this. Even that might be too much. That seems okay. Alright. Money pouch. And maybe I do a slight little no, that's not what I meant at all. Pass through. Maybe do a slight little hint of like light glow effect on the coin down here. That big maybe? Seems a bit big. Let's give it a try of that. Let's see. Yeah, just catching the light there a little bit. Oh, doing your drawing digital style. It does take a bit of getting used to. It took me a plenty long time to get used to digital art. I don't think I started getting decent at it, and I'm maybe I'm a bit of a slow learner. I definitely see people pick up digital art and they go from they become amazing at it very quickly, like even just after a year. Um, if you really persist at it really hard, I feel like you can get really amazing in it at it even just after 1 year. But yeah, you do have to be really persistent and just keep doing it like every day. Um, but yeah, it took me a lot of years. I probably should have been more dedicated, you know, to practicing harder. I might have gotten a bit better, a bit faster if I practiced more. But I'm fairly happy with the stage I'm at now. But it took a long time. Damn it, I really didn't want the line to go there. Also, it's kind of bending this way. Is that being affected? It must be. Where is the multiply layer? There. Yeah, nah, definitely should be affected by it. Whether you want to do digital or traditional, I don't know. I guess it depends what you're in the mood for. That's all it really comes down to with me a lot of the time, is just like, what do I feel like doing? Which one am I in the mood for? But yeah, digital art obviously has a lot of convenience, extra convenience. There we go, that'll do. Fussing over that long enough. Money pouch. I'm just gonna lower that down a tiny bit. Maybe 90%. There we go. What drawing, like digital art program do you usually use? Money pouch. Everyone's got their preferred software. You think you'll draw the sketch traditional and use the guide for the digital? Yeah, that's a good plan. That's a good strategy to go by. And this tea I made is really good. It's not hot anymore, but it's still really good. I think it's because it's really, I put a lot of soy milk. Oh, it's so close. I think we've just got one more thing to add in. And then the little sparkles around. And then we've done the whole page. I've got some weird digestion sounds going on. Apologies. I think it must be the tea. That's just the nature of live streaming though, isn't it? Alright, let's see. So I was sort of thinking about a book, but there's really not very much space. The book's going to be kind of small. Where are those adhesive strips? Move them, squish them. Let's zoom out a bit and see what we can move around to make it a little bit more space. So pinky sword. They've all got glowy type effects on them, so there's only so much I can crunch them up. I don't want things too close to the edges either. Move this dude over quite a bit. The adhesive strips can sort of come down and over. Everything else is sort of more or less in the right spot. It's just, made the tiniest little bit of extra space, I think. Let's just see how I would attempt to do it. Sort of, even the shape is a bit odd. It's not really like the shape of a book. Does that look like anything? It looks like a dinosaur head. Like that. Looks like a dinosaur head. Hehe. Great. Well, that doesn't help me. So if I was going to do a book, it would either be like this or at this angle. It's kind of awkward angle. Would it look right to put it like this? You don't have the most preferred program. Okay. You're testing them. Yep. Oh, I see. That's fair. I did a lot of trialing different programs as well. When I was sort of first getting into digital art, I've tried it pretty much all of them, I think. And I'm not sure that there's like necessarily a best program. I think it is a little bit to do with the individual and, you know, how your mind works and things like that. That, you know, one program might be perfect for another person, but, you know, just another person, a different person might not like it at all. So, for whatever reason, something about FireAlpaca just really clicked with me, and I just found it really easy to use. And because I don't need too many crazy powerful tools or anything, I just want to be able to draw, you know, and maybe some basic little effects here and there, like the dodge blending mode I use quite a lot, and the burn blending mode. Other than that, yeah, I don't need too much extra things. Yeah, so I've always definitely found that this was enough for me. It worked really, really well. And yeah, they've definitely added new features and new brushes. So down in the bottom left corner, there's this brush store. I think almost all of them are available for standard, except unless it says SE. That's the fancy paid version. But yeah, most of them are just free, and there's so many you can get, which is cool. Yeah, it's a great program. Does everything I need. I don't know how to handle this. Trying to make a decision about what to put here. Jellyfish creature? Why is it always that like a skull will fit perfectly every time? Like I always draw skulls, always, and I like try to think of different things, but then you're left. What are you supposed to do when you're left with a skull-shaped, skull-shaped space? What are you supposed to do? It's like fate is telling you to draw another skull, and they're pretty much synonymous with adventuring and exploring dungeons and stuff. So, what are you supposed to do? It's just the perfect shape. Maybe I drew it ever so slightly too big. Should I do this? Should I just do another skull? I kind of am doing it, but I don't know if I'll stick with it. Let's try to line these up, shall we? Oof, this guy's got goofy teeth. Oops. Goofy simplified teeth. I need to put the title as being not another skull. Not another skull. Too many. There's some little details in here. Whoop. I did have a little bit of an idea to like make this ever so slightly different. We put an arrow coming out the back. You know how this person died? There we go. I've got an arrow coming out their noggin. Still feel like it's a pretty large size, but that doesn't matter. Nothing here is to scale. Alrighty, let's see. I'm gonna give them a gold tooth as well. I love a skeleton with a gold tooth. Oh yeah. Maybe a bit darker, a bit oranger. And then let's see, these bits are really dark. Okay. Pretty good. And this arrow, the arrow can be an interesting colour. I'm gonna go with like a blue and then reddish orange at the end. Boop boop. Maybe a bit more orange. Boop boop. Very brightly coloured arrow. Why not? Do, 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 do. Do, do, do. I kind of want to make this stripy as well. Don't know why. Just do. It's a very decorative arrow. Very decorative arrow of death. And we'll definitely put the paper texture over this dude. No, we've lost our... There we go. Now we'll get something nice and textury. Dark, textury, grimy. That section seems pretty good. Okay. Ah, I'm missing the arrow though. Does that matter? Probably not. I might remove it from the arrow anyway. You're trying to draw a dog, but it looks more like a cockroach. Oh no, that's okay. It's just let's keep working at it. Well, she loves her little chew treats. She loves going to the beach. She doesn't have any items or objects or particular things. She likes blankets. She loves like scratching her blanket or like cuddling up in her blankets. Her favorite thing is me. Hey Gigi. She's looking at me right now. Yeah, there's no particular thing that she's Her favourite place is the beach, definitely. I am her favourite person, definitely. She's asking to go out now. I'd better be responsible and take my lunch break, hey? Take care of Gigi. Should I worry about these smaller bits? I'll just do it a little quick. Boop, boop. There we go. Let's see if that's better. A little bit. Okay, that seems alright. What have I got this on? 60. Maybe I can drop it down a tiny bit more. 50? Alright, 40. I'm naming this one Not Another Skull. There we go. Now I've just got to get the sparkles in. Little random sparkly bits. Oh, you don't want to add a cockroach? I had nothing wrong with cockroaches. Pretty misunderstood little creatures. I'm really honestly trying to think of what I would put Gigi with, but she likes to eat cheese. Ah, she likes pancakes. That's not such an easy thing to draw, I don't think, but to convey successfully. Yeah, she loves pancakes. If you put any kind of pancake down in front of her and leave it unattended, she'll take it. She's a pancake thief. Any kind, it doesn't matter if it's sweet or savory. Like we make savory ones for dinner sometimes, like with made out of chickpea flour. She loves those. I would say pancakes may be one of her favorite things. She also likes durian. She's quite a fan of durian. Oh, and she loves cherries. That's all I can think of. Yep, those are all Gigi's favorite things. She likes to chase houseflies as well, so cockroach isn't too far off, honestly. If any time a fly comes into the house, she'll chase it like crazy. But she's very much, about her people, like me and Candace. And she loves my sister. The people she sees regularly, she loves. Very, very people-oriented dog. She doesn't really care about other dogs all that much. When she was a baby, she used to steal socks. She hasn't done that in a very long time, though. I used to find, dozens of socks hidden in her bed. Why is it so hard for me to draw this shape? It's just like the most simple and yet the most impossible. It's crazy frustrating. I've got to zoom in like this. Zoom in as far as I possibly can to be able to draw this simple shape. Alright, let's do some in here. Oh, I wonder if I try the symmetry tool for this. I wonder if that will help. Feels very cheaty, and it's kind of tricky. Yeah, I'm not sure if it's very helpful. Yeah, it's not really very helpful. Well, it was worth a try. Alright, just gonna fill in a few more of these. That's good. I also can't believe you're drawing Gigi. So good. Had 2 people draw Gigi now in the past week. And that to me is amazing. Let's do a quick zoom out and take a look. Wow, I've really done quite a lot of these. I might knock them down to 90%, 90%, or maybe I've done too many. It's starting to look a bit overcrowded now. Let's wipe a few out. I don't want to get rid of the larger ones that I did because they're such a pain. Maybe one in here. And a couple down in this area. I feel like maybe finally I'm getting the hang of doing this. I'll speak too soon, but maybe. Maybe. And maybe a small one. A couple of small ones down here. Oh wow, I think I've lost my pressure sensitivity on my eraser. It happens from time to time. Just redraw that one. I wonder if I'll duplicate that as a backup, and then I'll do a inverted select, expand it by 1, delete. Yeah. Oh, okay, yes. Delete. Deselect. Did that make things smaller? I think it did. And maybe this top corner. Alright, well I guess since that did work, I'll get rid of this one for the minute. Make sure I get those last little bits in. Keep that as a backup again. Reverse selection, expand it by 1. Do a delete. Get rid of it. Put this on. It's pretty okay. Let's see if I turn these to like a hard light or a something a tiny bit more subtle. They still need to be fairly strong though. That or that. I think maybe I prefer an overlay. Am I calling this finished finally? Maybe? Just want to have a look at that skull for a second. Kind of want to up the saturation of this part. Hue. Up. Okay. And then like maybe down the saturation of, or up the lightness of this section. No, it's not that. Or maybe it is a little bit. 5. Yeah, that's good enough, I think. Let's do a save. I think it's kind of done. I guess I'll add a new layer and throw a signature down. Down where? Down here? This area looks good for signature. Let's go red. Alright. Darker. Okay. So sign away we go. It's a bit too heavy. Oops. Just doing a concentrate while I write here. And oh, it's September now, so 09/23. Oh, it's my, well, I mean, I worked on it August, September, but this will technically be the finish date as the first one I finished in September. Sometimes I don't know where my sometimes I don't know where my language skills go. That seems to work fairly well for the placement. Put it on like overlay or highlight, or I think overlay is fine. Maybe I do the old hue shift to find the color that I want. Yeah. Yeah. Let's leave it at that, shall we? Let's do a save. Let's squidge it. I mean, yeah, I'll do the smaller, quickly save the smaller version, and then I have to do snippets a bit later on. I'm not gonna get into that now. Alright, having seen it in a tiny size like that, I've decided, and I was thinking about it, I've decided I want to lighten the lines on this part of the Relinia. There are your outlines, my friend. Let's just grab this color. Let's grab this color and go something darker, but not too dark. Right now I don't like the lines being so dark. Yeah, that's a bit better. Maybe slightly darker. Alright, let's jump out. Yeah, it's subtle, but I feel like it's a worthwhile change. Okay, let's try that again. That looks better. I'm going to put the, what you call it, DPI. Alright, and we will save it as, yeah, that sounds good, PNG. Okay. Okay. And I'll have to do some trimming afterwards. Alright, I'm going to quickly look, as my last thing, I'm going to quickly look at what the daily prompt is today. I am still planning to come back and paint the daily prompt. Just got to find out what it is. Haven't seen it yet. Here. So today is moose. That's such a good one. Yes, I love moose. And someone submitted one. Let's see. Oh yeah, that's an M. Let's find a nice image of a moose. Moose, moose, moose. And I'm not falling into the trap that I put myself into yesterday of picking something too difficult. Not gonna do it. I'm gonna find, I mean, moose is already a bit more of a, this one's really pretty. It's like a baby. Save that one. Ah, it's a web image, dang it, can't save it. So cute. Man, we don't get moose. I would not mind at all if we had moose as a native animal. That's a really nice one. Can I have it? Dang it, another web. What's with all you mooses being web images, hey? All the ones I really like. This one's a really nice one too. Let's try. Aha, JPEG. Say moose, meadows, reference. Throw that on the desktop. Some other really nice ones in here. Like, this one's pretty nice as well. Oh my gosh, this foggy one. And it's a JPEG. This is moose foggy reference. Save that. I love me some fog. I'm probably going to end up going with that foggy one. I'm obviously just not going to paint in the people that were there in the background. This one's beautiful as well. Look at those colours. This would be very doable because it's mostly just large chunks of colour. Like it would take no time to fill that in. The road as well, not much time to fill it in. Can I have it? Ah, it's a web image, but it's so nice that I have to take it still. I'm gonna just screen capture it. Oh, people holding up skulls of dead animals. I don't know if there's like a moose overpopulation issue. I kind of doubt it because I'm pretty sure they're native animals. So, all right, I'll stop looking because I've got 3 to choose from now, and that's enough. That's a lot. Open folder. I'll just put that onto the desktop, and I'll pick one of those 3. Probably going to be the fog. Kind of love fog. I'll set up a new painting. I'm not going to start it just yet. Custom A5. Okay. Here we go. Wonderful, wonderful. I already know that I can't not do the fog. The moose in the fog. The sunset and the fog are both really, really rough to choose between. Because I love both of those things. But this is too beautiful. Okay, so this is what I'm going to come back to. I'm almost an hour late taking my lunch. So I better set up my lunch scenario thingy that I do. This one. And it's 1 o'clock now, so I should be back by 2. I'm gonna give myself an hour should be enough. I've already got food. Is that 1 hour or 1 minute? I don't know. This is 20. Okay, yeah, no, so that's 1 minute. There it is, an hour and 5. I think you gotta go now. No trouble. I have to go have my lunch break now too, so that's pretty good timing. I mean, you've been with me all morning, so thanks so much for keeping me company and chatting to me, and for drawing GG too. Appreciate all of that. Yeah, hopefully I'll see you again, chat to you again pretty soon. Yeah. Have a good rest of your night. Have a good sleep. Yeah, take care of yourself. And yeah, I'll see you next time. For sure, for sure. Bye for now. And yeah, to anyone else, I'm heading out for lunch. I'm going to set this timer and I'll be back. So yeah, see everyone else pretty soon. Alright, bye for now. I'll be back. Countdown begin. Hey everybody, I'm back. Slightly early. By one whole minute. 1 whole minute early. Okay. I'm feeling pretty sleepy. Even though it's only 2 in the afternoon. I guess it's pretty tiring. Okay, so I'm setting myself a timer because I'm going to do this one in true speed paint fashion. So this is just to catch anyone up. Basically, I've looked for the prompt today on this art club group or server or whatever it's called on Discord, and today's prompt is moose. So I found myself this reference image. I'm not going to paint in these people back here. I'm just going to like paint them right out of the image. But this is what we're going to use. This is what we're going to paint. The past few daily prompt speed paints, quote unquote, I've done have not been very quick. There we go, get rid of that. I think there was a 2 hour or 2.5 hour, and then yesterday was like 3.5 hours. That's not really a speed paint at that point, I don't think. And not that that really matters, but it is kind of exhausting. So I'm gonna really set myself boundaries from now on when I do these, and try to pick a photo that's not too overwhelming, and paint from that. So here we go. I'm basically going to start the timer, start painting, and then I'll wind up the stream from there. Talk about whatever it is I feel like I need to talk about at that point. Okay, I'm setting my timer. Timer's going. So here we go. Let's start. I'm gonna definitely gonna try to keep things sort of looser than I have been. Get the general impression in. And alright, next leg. Oops. Alright. Okay. I also might not be talking much. The sort of the faster I try to work, the less I can talk generally, and vice versa. So the more I talk, generally the more slowly I work. I'm not sure there's anyone actively watching currently or in the chat or anything like that. So yeah, I might just chip away at this like fairly quickly. I mean, I'm on a set time here anyway, so I gotta keep it moving nice and quick. Right. We've got some shape. Oh, wow, that did not grab the right color at all. There we go. Got some beautiful tree shapes back here. I guess I should get these antlers in too. And again, I'm going to kind of minimize the shape a little bit. This is I'm really trying to sort of like capture the real essence of like what speed painting is. I feel like the last few ones have really it's a little bit hard to tell what antlers what, but that's okay. I'm just gonna go by what I see. Yeah, the last few have been really. There's a much bigger gap between them here. It kind of goes back down. The last few I've spent like a very long, quite a long period on, quite a large amount of time, and it's really exhausting. Alright, I suppose that'll probably do for the rough impression. The antlers are a bit of a mess, but that's okay. Oops. I really love these colours down here. This gravel path. I think I'll leave I'm gonna like go so I can update how long we've got on the timer as we go. Currently still at 55 minutes. Oh no, don't tell me my undo thing is not working now. Yeah, I think my tablet has stopped working of all the times. It's been really buggy lately. I think it's not color picking. I think it's not doing anything. Yeah, it's not undoing either. Let's just try to reset it really quick. Just all of a sudden it just decided to stop working. What are you doing, Wacom? Like, I feel like your products are getting dodgier and dodgier. You're supposed to be the best in the business. Wacom. Restart. You can tell I've done this before. Insanely frustrating. That didn't do anything. I'll try unplugging it and replugging it. Just wait a few seconds. Alright, plug it back in. That doesn't seem to have done anything either. Oh, maybe. Yep, there we go. Okay, I've got my color picker back. Alright, I've got some branches coming in down here and up here. Lots of very nice colors going on in this. That's kind of why I chose the reference picture, aside from really loving foggy scenes. Also just the really nice colors of the particular environment in this. In this photo. Sort of like it's probably just, you know, like a woods, like a wooded area. But it's got the colors and vibes of like a tundra. Or like a is there another name for that kind of environment? That's what it reminds me of anyway. Okay, so I'm gonna keep moving. Really nice and quickly. Some bright green down in here. There's a really dark little bit right there. And then lots of this browny kind of colour. Bunch of yellow back up here. And in amongst here as well. This is going to be really interesting. Kind of pretty curious to see how this turns out, I think. Oops, eraser please. Oh, I must be on the wrong type of eraser. So the land, it's very obscure, but maybe from like here up, it's like a different color. Shouldn't have laid that part in there. Okay, so I've got this very beautiful, I guess it looks like a pink almost, like a desaturated pink, which is these beautiful red, orange, red, brown grasses, and the getting sort of like misted out by the fog. And then these two colors kind of blend together at some point. Tell you what, I'm very glad I was able to get my my Wacom back up and running. Didn't want to give up on doing my speed paint today. I'm pretty determined to do these, if not every single day, then at least weekdays. Yeah, at the bare minimum. Alright, let's just get these bits in amongst these tree branches. A couple bits and pieces in here. Yeah. And I'll do some finer areas up there. Here we go, some white. Yeah, I'll come back and do some finer areas after I've got all the base colors laid in. Okay. I'm going to end up with something that's quite abstracted, I think. Very much an impressionist kind of painting, which is the kind I like. And I'm not really very good at it, but I find if I set a timer for myself, like I'm like, this is how long I'm spending, and I don't give myself too much time, like hours and hours and hours. If I'm like, I'm doing this in 20 minutes or 30 minutes or like an hour kind of max, then you have to go fast. You have to do the. Is that the right color? Guess it must be here. Yeah. Then you have to just go really quick. Bust out an impression of the thing. You haven't got the time. You haven't got the time to fuss, basically. I'm trying to establish like where there's this tree here. There's a tree there, so I've got to work this out to be white sky kind of. And then there's another tree here. And then a couple more down there. Let's just get this filled in with white. And this section as well. Let's see how we go. It's a bit difficult with yeah, because there's really quite a lot of white going on in this one, so what have we got over here? And the colour picking is quite difficult as well. Okay, yep, got trees there. Got some darker colours making their way down to here. And then in the background there's some really interesting colours going on. Which I suppose is more of that really nice grass. Kind of obscured by the fog. I really love these taller bits in the foreground here too. The tall like seed pod bits. Really nice. I'm already capturing a decent impression, I think. Let's suggest some of these grasses in here. Let's try to get, I really like these bright bits of like yellowy green moss patches. They're very beautiful. I really like this extremely vibrant green plants that are up the front here too. It's really, really tricky to put the paint, digital paint, in over the top of other colours once you've already laid a colour down. It's hard to go over the top again sometimes with certain colours in this program. And some dark areas here. Leading up into the yellow. Let's see if I can get a brighter. I'm going to capture as many of the colours in the thing as I can, like this orange here as well. Beautiful, really beautiful orange. And then more of this beautiful green around there. And sort of, it's a bit different, the colour's a bit different, but it's around about here. Back behind the Maurice's head. There's a bunch going on in here, but I'm just gonna fill it with a colour for now. And then we've got this grey gravel road. Honestly, there's like so many colours going on down in there, but for now, I'll just block it in. Got this coming back to this grassy point right here where these people are standing, and we're just absolutely going to ignore them. Some little darker bits under here. Feeling a bit more along here. Some different green colours. I'll just try to fill in anywhere there's these white patches. We don't really want too much of that coming through. I think that's oftentimes where lots of people start with an underpainting, so you don't get these white patches. Okay, so yeah, we've got this, the form of this tree back here, which I'd like to define a lot more. And then there's actually another one over here, quite close by, and they kind of get lost overlapping and with the fog. I tell you, it's really hard to put colours over the top. I'm going to have a quick go of the... I wonder if I should try the unclean. I think I found the unclean to be really similar, to be honest. It still does a thing where it sort of flattens and smooths out, so I'll try the everlasting. I think that was kind of a useful one. Let's see if that helps. Yeah, that one doesn't do the thing where it sort of like flattens out and I find it a bit better for blending. Okay, so let's try to get the shape of this tree a little bit better. So it's like that's where the sort of the point of the tree is, and then it's a pretty wild kind of a shape. I feel like the color I've got right now is a bit too dark, hey? And on this side it's kind of like that. And then there's sort of like a lighter tree behind it, which kind of can barely see the form of it all, but I'm going to try to suggest it in there. At least a little bit. It's probably pretty decent. Let's try to clean up these antlers a little bit. So I've got a large darker one here, large darker one here. And there's definitely a piece of antler that kind of crosses like this. Again, kind of hard for me to really tell exactly what's going on with the antlers, but I only really need to capture an impression. Well, that's all I'm aiming to do anyway. Currently have 39 minutes remaining, so already getting close to halfway. So I certainly want to focus in on refining, doing a little bit of refining and detail on the moose because that's the main focus. So this is going to dedicate a fair bit of time and energy to making the moose look how I kind of want. Being the main focus there. Yeah, refine up the shapes around its face a little bit. Yeah, I think I did grab the colour from too high up. Clean up its silhouette a whole bunch. I think at this point, you know, you can tell it's a moose already. Pardon me, so full from lunch. Yeah, I can tell it's a moose already, for sure. I'm gonna let my instincts drive like a little bit on this one. Yeah, paint a little bit intuitively here and there. I think that's something that I'll get the get the hang of more, because how can I say that? My words are getting a bit lost with all my concentration, but I haven't been using this painting software for very long. I've had it for a long time, but I never got the hang of using it um, as well as what I wanted to, like up until really just the last, since I started live streaming, so the last couple of weeks. And then and so because I'm still kind of new at the software, and I really haven't ever done hardly any speed painting except for what I've done over the past couple of weeks. Um, I'm not very experienced with it yet, but I feel as though like the more I practice at it, the more I'll be able to do. Uh, the whole process will become a bit more instinctive, I think, for me, and I'll sort of, I won't have to be like as strict to the photo. I'll be able to just get a little bit of my own interpretation and a bit more creative decisions, making some more creative decisions with how I'm painting, what I'm painting, how I want the final outcome to be, things like that. Just as I get a bit better with the program, I guess what I'm trying to say is like when I first start anything, I have a bit more rigidity, um, and then as I get more and more familiar and more practiced, uh, things things become a bit more the way I want them to be, and I'm able to make it a bit more, perhaps get more of myself in there, get more of my own ideas and creative choices happening. So yeah, even this time, even right now, painting this moose, it's kind of the first time I've felt um, where I'm making a few decisions slightly different to what I see in the photo. Oh, there we go. There's the dark color. I guess that's on the lower side of the animal. Huh? It's mostly just around this section. And this section. It's here as well, I would say. It's much darker. And we can actually see some details around the face. And I think it's just something to do with the photo itself, but there's this unusual pinkish kind of effect coming through. I think that's just to do with the quality of the photo, but I'm gonna like run with it anyway and put it in because I think it's nice. I think it's kind of cool. Um, yeah, whether it's really meant to be there or not, it doesn't matter to me. I think it looks good, so I'm just gonna roll with it. I feel as though we can like just make out some lighter areas around the muzzle and even around the eye. I feel like I'm seeing something here. just make this like really large for a second. Again, it might just be a weird funny spot on the photo that's not like actually the animal's eye. But I think I'm just gonna again go with it and say that, like, suggest that it is the animal's eye. Something that looks like a nose, something that looks like a mouth going on down here. Okay, pretty good. Got a lot of silvery. Alright, 30 minutes remaining. Alright, there's not as much shape there, so I'll cut that in a tiny bit. And then this sort of does drop down like this. Sort of start getting lost in these plants a whole bunch. And I definitely want to capture so hard to, there it is, okay. Yeah, I definitely want to capture some of these like plants that are going on in the background. I'm gonna drop a few in. They're gonna get like, I'm gonna be painting at the front as well, so painting in details at the front, so I'm just gonna drop these in as a vague impression. Obviously I've got these much bigger ones, sort of pretty much right where the little moose boy's crossing. I don't really want to use the pen, but it might help me if I like lay down the colour hard first over the top of things. Only real complaint that I have at any time with the oils is that they do smear into each other a lot. It makes it really difficult to add stuff in. This is definitely turning out like too clear, too crisp. I might have a shot of the pastels. I'll go medium pastel. Okay, less than 30 minutes remaining. But I knew right from the very start that I wanted to get these details in, so I think pastel is the way to go in future. I think. It still blends in a fair bit, but it's got a much more gentle effect, which especially works with this like foggy scene in particular. Really works a lot better. Difficult to get the accuracy. Alright, so sort of like a whole bunch of sticks. I can just put it down and just scribble over the top lots of times rather than trying to do it in strokes. That's what you've got to do with the oils, but you don't have to do it with this, evidently. Okay, the shape of that did not work out how I was wanting. better. Okay, and then there's a bunch of them up here as well. And maybe even one like over here that's got, really doesn't have anything on it. It's just little sticky bits. This is really fun, by the way. This is really enjoyable for some reason. Drawing all these little sticks. Sort of like a whole bunch more, like coming up around the legs of the moose, and I'm not exactly sure how to put them. I think I need to use this darker color, to be honest. Where they're sort of falling back into shadow a bit. I think they need to blend back down into the, yeah, into the red bushy, grassy, whatever. Alright, well yeah, I really wanted to capture that part. That was sort of a bit of a focus for me. So I did that. Okay, and then I definitely want to get some details happening like through here. So what else have I got? Solid pastel. Okay, let's see what that looks like. Oh yeah, that could be even better than what I was just using. The only thing I wish there was, and I've said it before, was there doesn't seem to be pressure sensitivity, which is a bit of a shame. I think back to oils now. This is all like, it's just so obscured. It's just blotches of color. Really, I don't think I need to get lines, define lines going on or anything, because it's really so abstracted and out of focus. You can't really tell what's going on. Oh, my face is really itchy for some reason. It feels like there's like a bug or something. Why can't I capture this really vibrant green? Is that it? Yeah, that's kind of it. Alright, I better continue filling in around here. Feels like we can kind of see the moose's leg coming through here a bit. Alright, this area definitely needs some more work. 23 minutes remaining. So let's try to fix this area a little bit. Get some colours filled in. So this is a little bit more of a mess currently. And in amongst these leaves. And there's definitely some more patches of green. Here, down the middle, on this outer edge, there's some green. This is orangey tuft. There's definitely some yellowish patches, but they're not It's not quite as strong as I've got going on in here. And this back here is very obscure. Some more red sort of around in here. It's looking a bit better. And then a couple of just really, I don't think I got the right colour. A couple of really dark patches here and here. Damn it, I can't get the right damn colour. No, I'll just grab it from here. Here we go. Yeah, there's a tiny patch here, there's a tiny patch here. There's this dark patch I've kind of already created an impression of here. There are some dark blotchy bits which are just out of focus plants basically. Yeah, I kind of can't really see the stems of them either because they're basically so out of focus. So it's all fine. And under here we've got some darker, just go a bit finer with our brush strokes. We've got some darker undergrowth bits and we've got some very, very dark, yeah, practically black. Yeah, that solid one is maybe like a little bit too dark in the end, so I'll just jump back to this one, so scribble some of these details in, some of these little bits and pieces. And this is probably better to do in the oils now. Sort of some bits and pieces through here as well. Like some orangey bits. And some orangey bits up here. There's a paler part up here. And there's some pale bits up here too. And up here as well. It's kind of where there's some lighter areas poking through. Can't quite capture the lightest part, I feel like. It's a real pain. I'll grab it from here maybe. That's good enough, I think. Gotta keep moving. Less than 20 minutes, 18 minutes left. Okay, so I really want to get some bits of detail. Oh, I've been wearing my headset too long today. Some little bits of detail back here because it's a bit lacking at the moment. There's really nothing going on. I can see some darker like mounds on the ground happening. And there's these darker patches of which are, I don't know, like they look kind of like seed heads of some kind of grass or something. Okay. I might grab the pastel and just throw in a couple of like little sticky bits. And some of these little, man, it's so hard to get the dark colours, get the right colours sometimes. Some of these little like, let me try the solid pastel for this, because I'm running quick out of time. Yeah, little seed heady bits. Yeah, I really do wish it had pressure sensitivity. I'll have to quickly look into that after, I think this evening. I've kind of been meaning to for a long time. Yeah, even these are like just the details are a bit too delicate um, for wanting to just create an impression of a thing. So I'm gonna try to smear them back out a bit. Yeah, too much, too much. Okay. Um, what else is really lacking in this? I kind of like the impression I've captured of the branches. Um, I like that they're fairly simple, kind of. I do just want to show like a little bit more, some of the more finer points to really get across that they're these nice, like conifer type trees. So I need just a few more details. Maybe a couple more down here. Oof. Yeah, I've been definitely wearing my headset too long today. It's really starting to make my head hurt a bit. There we go. It's probably pretty good. What else? 15 minutes. 15 minutes. Nearly time to finish. Let's focus in on the walkway. Some light areas down here, back here. There's definitely some light areas around the foot of the moose down here. Maybe that's a little bit too much. Too light. Just keep getting some texture. There's definitely some darker patches. Oh, they're really going on heavy for some reason. Some darker patches down here. Maybe I go back to my normal round. I feel like that everlasting one was getting a bit... Oh no, still coming out really strong. Okay, let's go. No time to delay. The colour I had was maybe just a bit too dark. Okay. Okay. There's some really nice like pinkish reddish areas across here. What else can I do? Let me squint my eyes. I'll just have a look. This area. There's some lighter parts under here, but I don't think I've got the right colour. I think it's the... Yeah, I can't get any brighter than that. He's got a lighter patch on his leg as well, but the colour doesn't want to happen, so... It's good enough. Am I using the... Yeah, I am using the wrong damn button again. Okay. Yeah, I've got this nice, this beautiful, beautiful yellow colour down here. There's also some green in there, if I can get it. There it is. Some green down in here. Green down in here. There's also the green that's up over here, which might be slightly different. Yeah, it's brighter. Oh, yep, that area is very undefined, so let's get some of these other colours happening in under here. Or it's just a bit smooth. There's also some sky peeking through. Up here. Up here. this one in particular, this shape in particular, it's very strong. And just push these colors. Why is that not dark enough? Let's be better. Clean those colors up. I feel like this is all very, like, a bit too dark, but I guess I'm gonna have to just try to push it back a little bit. Did I say dark? Did I say it was too dark? Because I meant it was looking too light. It's like standing out too much. So yeah, I'm just going to try to knock this back a bit. Get some of these tufts of hair suggested on the back here and on the, oops, on the neck as well. The rest of it's fairly smooth. And yeah, just knock these parts back a little bit. Because it's like standing out a bit too much. Let's just go a little bit less saturated too. There's really a lot of purple getting pulled out from there. Which I don't mind, but maybe it was just a little bit too much. The main bright patch is sort of here on the shoulder. It's where the light seems to be catching the most, and sort of a little bit back here. Here and sort of here. And there's definitely some lighter areas down here too. It just became very purple. It just became really, really purple. Alright, that'll have to do, whatever. Yeah, the legs also have lighter, like here, it's got some lighter, it's more of a yellow though. Let's see if I can get it. Brown. 9 minutes. Too saturated as well. I'm gonna have to color pick a little bit because it just doesn't want to give me the color that I need. Let me just have a look at this leg as well. Try to clean up around this leg a little bit because there's a bit of mess around it and it's making it look a funny shape. This is like practically pure black in here. Too much. Okay, so this actually comes up quite a lot more. Glad I caught that. Tell you what, sometimes it's so hard to catch the right color. Alright, what's going on down here? We've got some darker sticks. This actually comes up quite a bit higher, so this actually kind of comes up to here. Like that. There's that nice green I was looking for too. Better late than never. 7 minutes. There's also a little blotch of yellow here, and there's kind of a little bit back here as well, kind of. Yeah, there's definitely more darker colors back in here, but I don't want to lose these stems that I've painted in, so just gonna have to live with what I've got. Just a couple of little lighter patches, maybe like a larger stroke. A couple of little lighter patches down here. I'll do. So like this patch of yellowish stuff, some more green. Let's try to do a little bit more to the path. I might kind of put a color underneath. Let's try to patch out some of these bits of white from the canvas. Anything else up in the sky? Not really. Let's try to tidy up that tree a tiny little bit. Oops. The butt of the moose. I'll make sure I've got nice, clean lines happening around through here. Through here as well. Looks pretty good. Let's do a super fast zoom out and see what like is standing out as. Yeah, this area is still really muddy. And there's some sticks up here too. They're not very important, but let's try to get a little bit more definition up in this area. If we can. This is much more of like a triangle shape. A bit difficult because it is very obscure, like abstract in the first place. So let's just see if we can't get a few like a few extra little details happening. A darker patch here. Got a darker patch up in around this area. I've got some yellow bits down happening in here. Over here. Yeah, all the stuff that's going on over here is not very clear in the first place, so it's not going to be the easiest. And then there's like some darker sticks and brackeny stuff over here. And then there's a few, I don't know, I think I'll leave those out. 3 minutes. Yeah, this is feeling a bit even, I guess, is maybe the problem. Like it feels like such it kind of, it's the edge of a path, so it kind of is, but something about it I guess feels a little bit too even. There are some darker colors on the path right about here, whatever that is. And there's actually some darker colors right around the moose's feet. And sort of darker where it's stepping, which makes sense. And there are some darker areas back here as well. I won't do them too much, just a little bit. It kind of does just join together. There's definitely more going on back here. 2 minutes. Ba 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 ba. It's a final countdown, guys. It's a final countdown. Can't get that color. That'll do. A few little sticky bits. And a few little like debris, sticky things back here, but I can't get them in properly. Let's try the medium pastel. See if I can. No. 1 minute to go. Actually kind of works, not too bad. About down in here as well. Darker though, I think. And smaller. Darker again. Okay, and then like, actually having it lighter is not too bad. A bit thicker in this area. And then maybe around here as well. Oh, that's too light. Oh wow, cancel. And there's the timer. So, let's just do the tiniest little bit of clean up on that foot. And then I think that's about it. I didn't clean up the antlers as much as I think I probably could have, should have, but that's okay. Alright, that's it. I have to stop. No more. I'm done. Save it. Daily art prompt. Moose. That's it. Save it. We'll export it as a PNG and we're done. Alright, well, that's that's the best I can currently do in an hour, apparently. So there it is. Oopsie doopsie. That was not. There we go. There it is. Nice and big and close so you can see all the brush strokes and everything. It's good, cool to be able to see from this program how much you can see really see the painted brush strokes. You can see how amazing it does at that sort of thing. Looks really, really looks like paint. Beautiful. So there we go. Okay, so that's it. That's it from me today. I've had a pretty long one. Yeah, what do I have to say? I don't think I'll be streaming this weekend. I think I'm going to be pretty busy spending time with Candace. She's going away next week. But I should be back to streaming as normal next week. That's pending. I think I'll try to put it on my community tab on my channel as to what's going on. Just because, yeah, Candace is going away. Things are a little bit up in the air. You know, there's things we need to be doing and getting ready, and I want to be helping her out with and stuff. So I'll see how I go for streaming next week. I'm still hoping I can do some. Just yeah, see how things play out, how we go for time, all that sort of thing. And then once Candace is left and she's off on her trip, I'm gonna have plenty of time to myself. So yeah, I'll be able to do heaps of streaming then, and maybe even some on that weekend that she's away as well. So yeah, we'll just see how things play out. But I've got some extra ideas to write down now. I'm thinking about doing some polls on my in that community tab on YouTube to yeah, like put out ideas, and like if anyone wants to, you know, vote towards a theme or an idea that you think is good, that's going to be something I'm going to be doing in future as well. And I'll have more videos like speed paints and things coming up, getting loaded up as well. So I think that's about it for now. If I think of anything else, I'll post it. But yeah, it's been a fairly long day of painting and drawing, so I'm gonna just take a bit of a time out and then come back and do some editing and things like that. We've actually got someone round tonight, so I even have to sort of do a bit of tidying up and whatnot. So I've still got plenty of the day ahead of me still to do. So I better get going. Alrighty, and thanks again to everyone so much for coming into the chat and saying hi. I appreciate all of you very much, and look forward to seeing you all again. And any new people that ever want to join, if you ever want to jump in a stream, say hi, just yeah, feel free, please do. I'm happy to meet people, happy to say hi, happy to take requests from time to time as long as it's not something like too intense. Yeah, that's about it. Now, yeah, should be catching all you guys next week. So I'll see you then.